day to give it up if they do go to the So since then, I've only played occasional social. No, look at the old bloke, it's pretty intense. Yeah. If you're bowling, you can be really sore. You know, when you're batting and you're up there for your ball, even a short ball. When you come in, it's just all hot and just the intensity, you put a shower, it's all going. So every yeah, that's right, exactly. Oh, generally, I'm thrilled with how I've got it. I've made, I keep having runs, I've made over 300 runs this year. In 13 innings. Yeah. And if you'd said to me 4 months ago, how many runs do you want? I said, well, I'll make 200 runs for the season. I couldn't do that. I couldn't imagine making over 200. I've got over 300, so I've got to be. Oh, yeah. Why didn't they do that yesterday? Yeah. No, they did cross. I think, or went back, but no, he was definitely closer to the wicket. Did you, oh yeah, they were. I picked up a little bit on that. I thought they were just. It is working.
Oh, I thought Rash had left because it wasn't working.
Like that now. And the 3 more thing on the front base. That's right.
Was there a run there? No, really, but it's good.
No, you do run from it. It's just good. They picked up. Everybody getting continuity and if you swap the games around, You're all great. They all can get on them.
Yeah, like the skills.
Not bad. Yeah. Not bad. Cool. What you would have seen with it if you first got up here. I was skiing this place. We stayed our island and then getting side on. And I was singing stuff in the stage. And this guy, his mate, he's a tenacious character. He'll get 50
Always the way.
And next ball got the park taken from the skinner. Oh, straight up there. I thought about where the tree is. The worst shot I've seen this season from one of the best players I've done. Yeah. That's right. So I should have shut them in. The Wayne Andrews, did you just see something like that? One touch.
If there's a watch like this, you just be, if you want to wind up, you just mate, all the best. We'll keep talking soon.
Have some. Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, you too. Good luck with you too.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, Good evening, wherever you may be. Welcome to Donnybrook Cricket Club. Rash Mahmood with you. Sincere apologies for the array of technical difficulties that we've had. Bringing you the commentary of this game between England and the Western Australia Southwest country team. England winning the toss. Well, they're in a bit of a hole. Hopefully. Once I get set back up, I'll give you a rundown of what's gone on so far. Blisteringly hot day here though, folks. Got to say, temperatures when we got here about 9 o'clock, already in the mid-20s, a high of 37 degrees expected today. Later on this afternoon, that's 98 degrees in old money. For all you folks back in the UK who are staying up through the night, shivering. It's really going to take its toll. England, having played yesterday against the Western Australia President's Invitational 11, winning that match by 32 runs. A number of players who played in that game playing today. But it's been a good performance from the Western Australia side so far. England, their tales of woe with the top 5-6 batsmen are continuing. Looked to have it sorted yesterday in that match. Some good opening partnerships, and then a century partnership between Monty Douglas and Mel Hussain, and 2 more 50 partnerships, but they've struggled today. So going to try and get myself all set up for you folks. Be a couple of minutes and hopefully be back to bring you live ball by ball commentary of this game at Donnybrook Cricket Club. Welcome back to Donnybrook Cricket Club, folks. Rash Mahmood here. Again, apologies for all the technical issues we've had with the commentary. The live stream's been going. We'll try and catch you up with this match between England and the Western Australia Southwest Country team. England having played yesterday. England winning the toss and electing to bat. It's been tough going for them. Quickly run you through the teams. England lining up with Steve Aston, not stumping today, opening the batting. Nick Gaywood, Paul Radich, Mark Eames, Mel Hussain, Ed Gordon-Lennox the skipper, Simon Rath the wicket-keeper, Lee South, Razi Ahmed, Nigel Moore, Nick Gagaro, and the non-batting 12th man, Kevin Watson. A couple of the England players carrying some injury concerns. Kevin Watson, he's got a heel injury. Simon Rath has got a calf injury. We'll have to see how they get on. For the Western Australia boys, Stephen Butler, Tony Chialella, Graham Pound, David Hutchinson, Darren Jeffrey, Darren Gray, Graham Tyso, the skipper, Dominic Crognale, Peter Ritchie, Martin Whiteley, Norman Bedford, John Spilsbury. Your scorers Tony Fitzgerald from England and Gaynor Jeffrey. Thank you to Gaynor. She scores at Hawkshead Cricket Club. And your umpires, standing at the far end, Bob Belcher, known to many who play in the Oxford area, splits his time between the UK and Australia. And standing at square leg, Mel Mahmood. Second game in 2 days. Temperatures rising here. You might have heard me a few minutes ago when I was just testing the audio. Expected to get up to 37 degrees by mid-afternoon, 98 degrees in Old Money. And a lot of the England boys playing yesterday. It's going to take its toll. So the tail of the tape so far. So England winning the toss and electing to bat. Steve Aston and Nick Gaywood. Left and right hand combination opened for England, and it was very, very difficult. Score early on. Good bowling from Darren Jeffrey, opening up from the pavilion end. His first 2 overs went for maidens, but the first wicket to fall was that of Steve Aston. He's trying to play a lofted drive over mid-off. Got underneath it a bit, but it was a wonderful running catch by Tony Chialella. Running to his left, diving full length, an exceptional catch. Aston out for 10. 5.5 overs have gone at that point, 16 for 1 England. And then Paul Radich, well, he's had a rotten run of form, Paul Radich. I've got to say, he's been out to some absolute beauties, and his dismissal here, when the score was on 17, was no exception. It was a beautiful ball from Jeffrey, in swinging Yorker, absolutely nothing he could do about it. Radich out without troubling the scorers. And then the score progressed to 32 when England lost their next wicket, and that was the wicket of Mark Eames. Again, it was a very good catch. Left-hander, he was caught by David Hutchinson in gully region off Peter Ritchie, who was bowling from the far end. Eames out for 4, and then a bit of a recovery. Mel Hussain, Nick Gaywood. So Nick Gaywood, well, he'd opened the innings, batted very, very steadily. Very tricky conditions. He was out for 43 run outs. A bit of a mix-up between himself and Mel Hussain. But that left England at 74 for 4, 24.4 overs gone. And then just a couple of runs later, it was Mel Hussain, bowled by Butler and clean bowled. He was out for 13. Scores 75 for 6. The men out in the middle at the moment, the skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox and Lee South. Drinks here, 30 over mark. 99 for 5 England. Ed Gordon-Lennox, the skipper, currently 18 not out of 17 deliveries. Just a wonderful 6 over long on. Previous over, and Lee South, he's 5 not out of the 9 deliveries he's faced. But it's been tough going for the England boys, and we thought their batting woes had been cured yesterday. Some good partnerships and some good batting from the top 5, but it has been a struggle. Similar type of pitch, but the Western Australia boys have bowled very, very well. Very tight. There's been movement in the air early doors, certainly. Ball just seemed to be holding in the pitch a touch, making it difficult to time the shots. We've seen a lot of the England batsmen play some very, very good shots right off the middle of the bat, and they don't seem to be going anywhere. It's just a question of finding your feet in the game and looking to progress. But England struggled again. And I would think on this pitch with these conditions, with the England bowlers, if England can get anywhere near 180, I think that is a very, very competitive score on this wicket. So drinks being taken here. It's exceptionally hot, as I said. $99 for 5. And for those of you following on the YouTube stream, thank you. Please get in touch by the chat facility. I'll try and answer any questions that you have, but please do comment on your observations of not only this match and how you think it might turn out, but those of you following England from the commencement of their tour, what you've enjoyed, what you haven't enjoyed, what we as a technical team can do better. Certainly getting the commentary on from the start would be top of my list, but again, it's out of our control. Troy here done a wonderful job, and big shout out to the Big O, Claude Orlando, the Australian stumper, been an integral part of setting this tour up, along with the Maltese Falcon, Mr. Bradley, the England team manager, and Dina Bagus. The three of them, can't praise them enough. And tell you that the logistics involved in getting 14 matches on a tour is just unbelievable. So things are going to go alright now and again, and those who have followed my trials and tribulations over the course of this tour will know that I'm not shy in coming forward and telling you some of the things that have happened. Obviously, the scorers, they need to be looked after. That's a given. Your poor old commentator. I got here today and I was at the other end of the ground, far end of the ground. No power, no shade, no Wi-Fi, no nothing. So, bit of a protest, and some nice words to Troy, and he very kindly, along with Mr. Bradley, helped to set up the frog box at the pavilion end. And it is a really nice ground, this place. A lot of work done. Norm, who's playing for Western Australia, he's the curator here, or the grounds person, as we'd say back home. This wonderful picket fence, he built it all and installed it. It's a top man. So, as drinks have been taken, and it's quite a lengthy drinks break, I think the boys are just coming out as I can look over to my left. 99 for 5 then, England. Been a tough old slog for them. They're going to have to consolidate the next 15 overs. See how far they can get. As I said, 180 I think is a good score on this pitch. The bowling figures for the Western Australia boys so far, well, the standout for me, he's been bowling absolutely wonderful, is Darren Jeffrey, operating from the pavilion and getting the ball to move in the air both ways. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 22. Peter Ritchie, his opening partner, who were open from the far end. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 22. Tony Chialella, after taking that wonder catch to dismiss Steve Aston. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18. Stephen Butler, who bowled very, very well yesterday, I've got to say, well, he's continuing in that same vein. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 15. David Crognale, and I hope, David, I've pronounced your surname correctly. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. And Graham Pound, just a 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 5 runs. Three wides, no balls. I can see the England batsman back out in the middle. Ed Gordon-Lennox nearest to us. Lee South at the far end. And the umpires. Umpire Bob Belcher on the left. Umpire Mel Mahmood on the right. She's going to be standing at the pavilion end. Well, fingers crossed. There are no more technical issues, and I can bring you the next 15 overs without any more hindrance. So Graham Pound from this pavilion end. His first ball just spat up a bit at Lee South. He's angled his bat back in his crease this time. There's a second delivery, just plays it out to the man. It's short extra and there's no run. Lee South goes for the sweep. Wait for the signal from the umpire. Straight back over the bowler's head. Leg by signalled. One more to the total then. And reach 3 figures. 100 for 5. Ed Gordon-Lennox. Nice shot, straight down the ground. Lofted drive over mid-off. Just a single though. Oh, Lee South again, gone for the sweep. Got down early. Swing and a miss. Stephen Butler from the far end. just out of the reach of the man at short extra. Nice shot by Lee Self. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. No, it's not. 2 more to him. 104 for 5 then England. Which 106 for 5 then. And this time, Self just watches that delivery from Butler. Outside the off stump. Oh, that's in the air. That should be caught. No, it's not. Well, in the end, England run 3. Lee Self very, very fortunate to still be there. Just dangled his back outside the off stump. It's a thickish edge. There's a fielder. I would say he's shortish third man, fly slip, whatever one you call it. Ball was going straight to him. Just dipped as it got to him, but should really have been taken. Chance. Oh, Gordon Lennox just rocks back. Flat back, that's straight past the bowler Butler. Down to the fielder at long on. 1 more to the total. End of his over. 7 overs he's bowled. So single off that first delivery from Greg Pound from the pavilion end. Lee South, oh, it's a good bit of fielding, just parried at mid wicket, saves a couple of runs. 1 more to the total. 112 for 5. England having won the toss and elected to bat. Oh, that's appeal for caught behind. No, nothing doing from the umpire. That's down the leg side. Gordon Lennox just using his feet. Tickles it round the corner. 1 more to the total. That's a nice shot by Lee Self. That's running away towards my position. Nice 4. And a welcome 4 for England. Butler continuing from the far end. Ed Gordon Lennox on strike. Just plays that nicely into the offside, straight to the man on the edge of the 30-metre circle at backward point. Trots through for another single. Well, Lee Self has done remarkably well to hit that as well as he's done. Big movement off the seam from Butler. That's wide of off stump, and it just seamed in. And Lee Self did remarkably well to get any bat on it whatsoever. Managed to get 3 runs. Well done to him. A very good delivery from Butler. And again, movement off the seam. As I mentioned, folks, I thought he bowled exceptionally well yesterday. England 121 for 5 then. Ed Gordon Lennox on strike. Butler, in he comes, bowls. And again, bit of movement. Touch of away movement this time. Leg by signalled by the umpire at the far end, Bob Belcher. 1 more to the total then. Oh, that's in the air. Think it's going to be safe. It is. If it was a man positioned at square leg, it would have been a relatively simple catch. And as it is, nobody there. 1 more to Lee Self, 1 more to the total. 123 for 5. Lee Self's on 19. The skipper Ed Gordon Lennox is on 26. End of the over. So Graham Pound, he's going to continue from the pavilion end. Lee South will be the man on strike. Oh, and again Pound, another one that rears up. And he did well to play that, Lee South. These two came together when the score was 76 for 5. 48-run partnership. Valuable runs for England. There's going to be runs there. That's hit really well. Oh, that's a tremendous effort out in the deep. Well, 2 more to the England skipper, 2 more to the total. The 50 partnership between Ed Gordon-Lennox and Lee Self. Tremendous effort out there in the field. Hit very, very hard and beautifully timed by Ed Gordon-Lennox. That 50 partnership, nearly to run a ball. 50 off 52 deliveries. In the context of this England innings. Very fine effort indeed by both Ed Gordon-Lennox and Lee Self. And again, Ed Gordon-Lennox coming down the pitch, but Greg Pound is getting some. He's getting some lift. He's not an express bowler by any means. You know, the vagaries of the pitch certainly caught a couple of the England batsmen out earlier. Oh, hit straight back. Greg Pound stuck his left hand out, wasn't able to gather cleanly. It's a stinger. End of the over from him then. .35 overs gone. 10 more to go then here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. In this match between England and the Western Australia Southwest Country team. 127 for 5. Two England batsmen taking a little refreshment break. Very, very hot here, folks. Very little wind as well. So temperatures projected to get up to 98 degrees about 3 o'clock. 37 degrees. And for these boys who played yesterday for England, it's really going to take it out of them. They're going to be fielding the hottest part of the day. And after this game, well, we'll travel to Perth tomorrow in preparation for the remaining 2 one-day internationals against Australia to finish off the Grey Ashes series. So it's not easy to recover when there's travelling involved. Checking out of a hotel, checking into another hotel. No takes his toll. Anyway, Stephen Butler then, from the far end. He bowls outside the off stump. Ed Gordon-Lennox, agricultural looking shot really. Bit of a hike. When it goes to the man at wide mid-on. 1 more to the total, 1 more to him. $128 for 5 then. That's a nice shot by Lee Self. Width offered by Butler. Oh. Lovely timing. Lofted drive over cover for 4. Nice shot by Lee Self. Getting plenty of encouragement from the England boys to my left in the pavilion. 132 for 5. With that boundary, he moves on to 24. His second boundary. Ed Gordon-Lennox is on 30. 4 boundaries in his 30. As Butler comes in again. Oh, beaten, that's out. That's out. Well, it was a similar length delivery to the previous one. line was just a bit closer into Lee South, just prodding forward. Thick edge, well taken by the keeper and the skipper Graham Tyso. Lee South out for 24, caught Tyso ball Butler. England lose their 6th wicket, the score of 132. Yeah, it's good bowling by Butler. The previous delivery was just offered a bit more width for Lee South. He could free his arms and play a wonderful lofted drive over cover, that one. But it was the same length essentially, but just a bit too close to Lee South. Couldn't free his arms, just tentatively prodded forward and got a good edge and well caught by the stumper. 6 down for England then. So Razi Ahmed had a wonderful day yesterday. Razi didn't start too well for him in his first bowling effort from the pavilion end. At the Marist Cricket Ground in Bunbury, 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 25. He got what we like to say in Yorkshire is a bit of tap, but then it was a different story, changed to the far end in his next 6 overs. 5 wickets in the end for him then, and he's a more than useful batsman, Razi Ahmed. As we saw in the game at Chateau Tanunda, very entertaining 40, 2 very, very big sixes, very wristy player. Likes to play through the onside. We'll see how Stephen Butler bowls to him then. Ahmed taking his guard from umpire Belcher. 132 for 6 England then. It's happened a few times on this England tour, not seeing the overs out. Most memorably at Benalla, 33.5 overs England was skittled out for 129. Oh, that's an edge. Big swing from Ahmed. Well, that's running away. Oh, well stopped. 3 to Razi Ahmed then. Fortunate. Thick edge took it away from Tyso. No chance of a catch. He's off the mark. 3 more to England. 36 overs gone. Then here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. $135 for 6. So it's imperative that England at least see their innings complete after 45 overs. As I said, I think 180 is going to be a competitive score on here. 45 in about 9 overs. They should be able to manage that. I think if they get to that total, they'll be more than happy. Bear in mind the trials and tribulations that have gone on, the top order of this England innings. It's bound to continue then from the pavilion end. Just played out into the offside. And Ed Gordon-Lennox, the skipper, he was looking for a single at the non-striker's end, but Razi Ahmed, no movement from him. Not the most cultured shot I've ever seen a cricketer play. A massive wind up from Razi Ahmed, big swing and a miss. Well, misfielded by Greg Bound, and do a bit of footwork. And able to stop the ball. Allows Razi Ahmed to trot through for a single. 136 for 6. Brings the skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox, on strike. Fielders scattering far and wide. That's a lovely shot. He's going to be doing well to stop that. Oh, that's brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding out in the deep mid-wicket. Absolutely crunched by Ed Gordon-Lennox. The fielder at about 15 yards to his right. Full length dive. Stopped a certain boundary. Excellent bit of work. One to the skipper then. 137 for 6. That's down the leg side and nicely tipped around the corner by Razi Ahmed. The fielder comes in. Backwards a square on the leg side to do the fielding. One more to the total. 138 for 6. Smashed again by Ed Gordon-Lennox. That's going to be fought. Full toss this time from Pound. Gleefully accepted by the England skipper. Just smashed it through mid-wicket. 4 more to the total then. It's the end of Pound's over. 37 overs gone here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. England have reached 142 for 6. Ed Gordon-Lennox, the skipper, with that boundary, moves on to 35, just 37 deliveries, 5 fours in that. His partner Razi Ahmed recently to the crease with the dismissal of Lee Self. He's on 5 not out of the 6 deliveries. There's going to be a change at the far end. Butler's completed. 9 overs, 1 made and 2 for 37. Another good stint from him. I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, folks. Really impressed with him yesterday, bowling against England. I'm just going to have to. I think it's Norman Bedford from the far end. Right arm over the wicket then. Ahmed on strike. There should be 2. And there is 2. Just wait for the signal from the umpire. Leg by signalled. 2 more to the total then. 144 for 6. Lennox just rocks back. No, 2's the call. And that's good running. Hit it very, very hard. Straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. But call for 2. Putting the fielder under pressure. Got back quite comfortably in the end. Oh, he's absolutely smoked that. That's 6. Well, short from Bedford. Allowing Ed Gordon-Lennox to get a full swing at it. With that 6, the 150 up for England. 37.4 overs. Well, this is good from the England skipper. He moves on to 43. He just missed out on his half century yesterday. 49 he scored, not out. That's going the same way. The fielder's going to have to move to try and get to that, and he's not going to get there. So back-to-back boundaries, 6 and a 4. Expensive over from Bedford. Ed Gordon Lennox moves on to 47 now. England, 157 for 6. $15 off the over so far. And again, that's going to go for 4. And a good 50 for the England skipper, acknowledged by his teammates to the left. 51 not out for the skipper. Of 41 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6. $161 for 6 then. 38 overs gone. Well, that was a very, very expensive over from Bedford. 17 from it, but just what England needed. Now, from here, I did mention a score of 180. They've got to be looking at somewhere around 200 now. 180 would be good. 200 would be even better. And Ed Gordon Lennox, I fancy the next few overs. If he's still there, he's going to tee off properly. He can hit the ball very hard and a long way. As Pound continuing from the pavilion end. Oh, Ahmed. To see what I got. It may have been a thick inside edge. We'll wait for umpire Mel Mahmood to make the signal. And it is runs. 2 more to Ahmed then. So Ahmed this time goes big. Straight to the fielder, deep mid-wicket, 1 bounce to him, 1 more to the total. 164 for 6, valuable runs for England. Oh, that's in the air, that should be out. Oh, it's dropped. It's dropped. Well, another lifeline for Ed Gordon Lennox. It's straight up in the air. The fielder at mid-wicket, running around to his right, made the ground. Got both hands on it, just couldn't hold on. 2 more to the total then. 166 for 6. Skipper moves on to 53. Gordon Lennox using his feet. Just plays it down the ground. Straight to the man at long off. 1 more to the total. So 6 off the over so far. Well, that's Razi Ahmed departing. Big swing again. This time, he was fortunate, a couple of deliveries in the previous over from Pound. But this time, big swing and a miss. He goes for 9 off 11. England lose their next wicket. 167 for 7. Well, England going along at shade over 4.25 over 4.28. They carry on until the completion of their innings. That'll get them to 193. With Ed Gordon-Lennox there, if he can stay in until the end, I fancy they could get past 200, and that would be such a boost to them. They really did find it exceptionally difficult early doors. Pitch was doing a bit, ball was moving and seaming around, and Nick Gaywood, well, he battered absolutely manfully out there. It was really tough going, and those of you who've watched Nick play over the years, you know what an elegant player he is, and he likes to get on with it, but he really had to battle very, very hard indeed. And then a bit of miscommunication with Mel Hussain, a bit of after you, Claude. I don't know the exact circumstances. We'll try and get Nick on to explain it. But he really, apart from Ed Gordon-Lennox, and a little cameo by Lee Self, and the only batters to really attack this Western Australia side, and the pitch has been doing it, doing its bit. Stephen Butler from the far end was getting the ball to move significantly, both in the air and off the seam. It's going to be Peter Ritchie, I think, returning from the far end. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wicket for 22 in his opening spell. He's going to be back on then. Simon Rath, the new batter, at the non-strikers end. It's the England skipper who's going to be facing up. Ed Gordon-Lennox, 54 from 44 deliveries. You'd fancy if England have any hopes of getting 180 and hopefully up to 200, it's going to be down to the skipper. See what he can do. Whereas Ritchie's in, that's wide. Oh, that's a thickish edge. Just the one. Well, it was there to be hit. He took an almighty swing at it, did Gordon-Lennox. Thick edge. The man at backward point does the fielding. 1 more to the total. Simon Routh on strike now. Now we're going to be interested to watch Simon. He's got a calf injury. He is down and listed as the England wicket-keeper today. He's made terrific efforts to get himself fit and declare himself fit for this game. He's battered well on this tour, Simon. Switching well. He's off the mark straight away. Just dabbing that out into the offside. I'm just watching him as he trots through to the other end. Doesn't appear to have any ill effects with his calf. Ooh. Like a ninja behind me. It is Mr. Gaywood. Ooh. And Mrs. Gaywood. As Ritchie's in. That's a nice shot. Well, 3 consecutive deliveries from Ritchie. Fielded on each occasion by the man at backward point, who's just been spelled by his oppo. And we'll get Nick Gaywood's thoughts and those of Lindsay Gaywood at the completion of this over. There's Ritchie. Makes his way in again. Well, that's wide. Well, it was wide and full. Simon Rath maybe could have done better. 170 for 7. That's a nice shot. Straight down the ground. Man comes in from his position wide, long off to do the fielding. With that single, Simon Routh moves on to 2. Ed Gordon-Lennox, 56 not out. There's Ritchie from the far end. In he comes. I've been mentioning it in my commentary, folks. It's balls like that. I mean, typically Ed Gordon-Lennox just smashes that through the covers or somewhere through point. The ball's just holding on the pitch. End of the over then. 171 for 7. And as promised, it's Meet the Gaywoods. Hello, folks.
Hi, Rash. All good. I think we've done really well. think they'll rue dropping Ed early on because he's such a powerful man. Really, he's the only one that can clear the boundaries, and he's really taken advantage of their 4th, 5th, and 6th bowlers. It's been difficult wicket. It's, as you pointed out, it's been stopping trampoline bounce. The back foot cover drives and square cuts are nigh on impossible. And you've got to drive when it's very, very full, and you just have to pick off with sort of pull shots when they do drop it short, but pick the right ball, because some just pop up very, very high. Like I said, Ed has really capitalised and hit some great shots. So 160 we feel was a good score. There's Simon, rocks onto the back foot. Very good judger of length, Simon. Fractionally short, and he rocks back and he puts the ball away. And the field's spread now. And we should be able to, we can pick off a runner ball for the last 5 overs. I think 200 would have been well beyond what we thought was a total. It's another shot down, powerful shot down the ground by Ed. Give Ed a little bit of width to free his hands, and you just got to hope your ground's big enough. Thought Lee Self was brilliant. Lee got in, got very busy, played a couple of great shots. That was a really good contribution by him. So the Aussies caught really well early on. There were 2 fantastic catches. The irony of it is the easiest one they dropped was Ed, and he's now punished them.
The catch that got Steve Aston out was utterly ridiculous, and it's such a shame, folks, that there's got a fixed camera. It's beyond mine or the staff's control. It is a fixed camera, but if we just had the ability to pan, Steve Aston, I mean, he didn't hit it badly. The ball just probably stopped on him a bit, but the fielder had so much ground to make up to his left, and he dived full length. Just a really, really good catch. And it's 60s cricket, folks. Unfortunately, it's probably my best bit of commentary on the tour, but there was no sound. So I'm a bit disappointed with that. That's a nice shot. That's going. Oh dear, oh dear. 6. And another 6 for the skipper. Hit very, very powerfully. Clears the picket fence. Oh, you won't catch me going in there. There's all sorts of things in that bush. Oh, definitely. Well, as you heard from Nick Gaywood, always nice to hear from Nick. We'll get him on in a minute. But joining me in the commentary area, I'm delighted that we finally managed to get her here, is Nick's better half, Lindsay. Lindsay, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Nice and warm.
How are you finding the tour so far?
Very exciting.
That's gone again. Yeah, another 4. Another 4. Ed Gordon Lennox, motoring along then. Well, Lindsay, you were out in Chennai for the World Cup.
I was, yeah.
Yep. What's the difference between that tournament and here? Obviously, don't say the countries, please. We know that.
Well, both lots of people were really friendly. Same here at all the grounds, really lovely. The weather's obviously hot in both places. I think it was a bit of a culture shock going to India, but really enjoyable seeing the contrast. And here's been different in that we've travelled around, whereas in India we travelled to the grounds and stayed put in the hotel, so we had a stable evening and somewhere to call home, whereas here we've been travelling about, which has also been exciting in a different way.
Now, while I've got you on, and this is going out worldwide, you know, Mrs. G. Let's break off as Richie continues. Signal to wide? Yes, it is. You're going to have to big yourself up. Because, folks, you probably won't know, but I'll get Lindsay to tell you, I am stood next to a world champion. And, I believe, a world record holder.
Yes, correct.
So, 2 more to the total. So, tell the folks, they're all over the world, tell us what your world champion at and the world record, please, Lindsay.
In Sheffield, we've got quite a good masters team, and Jonathan Saunders, in his wisdom, decided that 4 of us who were reaching 60 could go in the 240 relay and possibly beat the British record.
What sport
Sorry.
are you talking, Liz?
Oh, sorry, swimming.
Swimming! Swimming!
Yes, used to be water polo, now swimming. So we were all reaching that age, and he decided that if we all did our best times, we could beat the British record in the 4x50 relay, which we aimed for, took, and then he thought, well, I think we can get the European record. So at the next British Championships, we aimed for that and managed to beat the record, and then thought at the Europeans we could possibly, it wasn't the Europeans, it was the Sheffield Europeans. I can't remember where we did it now.
Mr. Gavin taking an active part in
Yeah.
activities.
Yeah.
I've got absolutely
It was a
no
swimming
idea.
pool.
It was a swimming pool
Swimming,
somewhere.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
full of water.
No, it was
Brilliant
at the
insight,
European
Mr. Gavin.
Championships that we took the Europeans, and
Yeah.
then the Worlds at Ponds Forge,
Yeah, Belgrade for the Europeans, where you beat the European record.
and then at Ponds Forge, which is a speedy pool, we took the world record, which had been standing for, I think it was 8 years, by an USA team, and pipped it by 0.5 of a second. So everybody was joyful. We got a lot of recognition from it, which was lovely.
Wonderful
So-
stuff, Linz. Now, you're out here, it's a long old tour. Just tell the folks what you do back home. What's your job? Because it's an absolutely wonderful job that you do.
I teach at Doncaster School for the Deaf, which I absolutely love. It's an amazing job, teaching children of different abilities. The staff are so skilled and work amazingly well as a team, and I just love every minute of it. So
And just give us an insight what it's like touring with your, I'm not going to say better half, I'll say other half. The second time you've done it. Did it put a strain on your relationship at all?
well, possibly at times, especially after he's just got out. But thereafter, later on in the evening, things calm down, and after maybe 1 beer and a can of Coke, things settle back down and we're okay.
Brilliant. Well, it's great to have you here, Linz. Very, very popular member of the touring party, Mr. and Mrs. G. Always enjoy their company. Like myself, from the wonderful city of Sheffield. Folks, thanks ever so much for your time. I'll catch you at half time. A shot from Simon Routh again. There's going to be runs there. 2 and 3. Excellent. So England moving towards that 200. Well within their sights now. Can they get up to 220? 197 for 7 then. Simon Routh 13 off the 10 deliveries he's faced. Just what his skipper would have wanted. And the skipper himself 70 off 53. There's Tony Chialella from the pavilion end. He's in. That's going powerfully down the ground again. Just fielded this time. Fielder it wide, long on. Keeps it to 1. 198 for 7. 71 for Gordon Lennox. This partnership already 31 3 and a bit overs, so really good. It's a powerful shot. Again, by Ralph. It's straight to the man. Deep extra cover boundary, however. Straight to him. One more to the total. Gordon Linnets again. Yeah, just to hit that shot he was indicating. Really wanted to hit it through the offside. Just turned his hands over at the last minute. To the fielder again. At long on. One more to the total then. 200 up for England. Oh, it's fortunate for Ralph. There's going to be runs there though. There should have been two really. Settled on the one. At the end of that over. From Chialella. $201 for 7 then, England. 43 overs gone. And you heard from Nick Gatwood a couple of minutes ago. Beyond the expectations, really. Wickets going quickly early doors. Difficult pitch. It has to be said, some very good bowling from the Western Australian boys, putting England under pressure. And it's very, very difficult for the men sitting in the pavilion, seeing the established batters really struggling, not scoring, and suddenly you're 30 odd for 3. Oh, it's a wonderful shot. It's straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket. Yes, Simon Routh, he really, really got hold of that. It's Graham Pound from the far end, operated from the pavilion end in his previous spell. Well, that's in the air. I don't think the fielder's seen it at long off. Well, he has now. It dropped straight in front of him. Yeah, just giving his apologies. It was in the air for quite a long time. Not sure it was an actual chance. He may have had a chance if he'd set off straight away, but didn't see the ball. That's a wonderful pick-up by Simon Routh. That's for wonderful shot. Well, he hit his previous delivery from Pound straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, but that was a wonderful pick-up. Flew away to the boundary for 4. Excellent by him. Very, very good by England. 207 for 7. And again, more work for that fielder out at deep mid-wicket. This time straight to him. One more to the total. 208 for 7. That's in the air. It's a long way. Can the fielder get to it? No, he can't. He's waiting for the signal from the umpire. I think he's just going to ask the fielder himself. In the air a long, long time. Fielder down at wideish long on. We're still waiting, folks. 6. 6 to the skipper. Well, we got there finally. Wonderful shot straight down the ground for 4. Well, Greg Pound is just staring at the skipper. It was hit straight back past him. 17 from the over. 50 partnership up for these two then. 51 runs in just 30 balls in 20 minutes. And much like yesterday, it was the skipper again, that time with Jim Phillips. Vital runs at the end of the innings. 218 for 7 then. 17 from that pound over. Couple of boundaries and a big 6 from the England skipper. So Tony Chialala, bowl out from the pavilion end. How many more can England get? That's a big shot from Simon Ralph. That split the field out in the leg side. Good batting from him. 4 more to the total. He moves on to 25 from just 17 deliveries. Excellent support for his skipper. 222 for 7 England. Well, full toss. He missed out there, Simon Ralph. Just a 1. Martin Whiteley doing the fielding in the cover region. That's big again. There's 2. Oh, there's 3 fielders out there. He's from a deep mid wicket, a wider sort of deepish mid wicket, long on. He went to the middle of those fielders. 1 more to the total. 224 for 7. Oh, that's a good shot. The fielder converging out there. Just a single though. 225 for 7. Oh, it's a thick edge. He's running away. Well, it's the skipper doing the chasing, the stumper. 2 more to the England skipper. So the final delivery of this England innings. 9 off it so far. 227 for 7. It's been a really good effort by these two, and as you heard Nick Gaywood say, Lee Self as well. Praise for him. Got on with it. Hustly bustly style of his. So the last ball from Chialala. Ed Gordon Lennox plays that into the leg side. So a single off the final delivery brings the England innings to a close. 10 from that final over. They finish on 228 for 7. Ed Gordon Lennox, the skipper, 87 not out, just 61 deliveries, 9 4s and 3 6s. And Simon Ralph, 27 not out of 19 deliveries, 2 4s in that. They came together. The 39th over the score, 167 for 7. The England boys walk off, some well needed fluids. They're going to have to be delighted to get up to 228. "61 runs that partnership between Gordon Lennox and Ralph. It was 2 good partnerships at the end, really. Lee Self and Ed Gordon Lennox, 50 partnership off 52. Got England back on track. And then Simon Ralph, well, doesn't appear to be suffering from anything undue with his calf. So here at Donnybrook Cricket Club, there's a players go off. Some well-earned refreshment. This match between Western Australia, South West Country team and England. England winning the toss and electing to bat. Second match in 2 days, having played yesterday. Warm temperatures then, but even warmer today. And it's going to get even hotter, folks. Up to 98 degrees. Well, the England boys are going to be fielding later on in the afternoon. But early on, you heard Nick Gaywood, folks. Really, really difficult for the England boys. In the face of some good bowling, some good bowling by the Western Australian opening pair, particularly from the pavilion end. Darren Jeffrey, I thought he bowled magnificently well. But England opened up with Nick Gaywood and Steve Aston, and it was Steve Aston the first man out when the score was on 16. In the 6th over, wonderful catch by Chialella, running around to his left, diving full length at wideish mid-off to dismiss the England stumper. He was out for 10. And then one more run had been added when Paul Radage, and he's had wretched luck this tour. He's had some absolute beauties bowled at him. And he got another one from Jeffrey this time, full length Yorker swinging him. He was out without troubling the scorers. 17 for 2 at that point. Mark Eames, the next man in, well, the score progressed to 32 when he was well caught by Hutchinson off the bowling of Ritchie for 4. And then a bit of a partnership between Nick Gaywood, who'd soldiered on manfully, opening up the batting, and Mel Hussain. The score had reached 74 when there was a bit of a mix-up between Gaywood and Hussain. Ended up Gaywood being run out. 43 off 79 balls with 3 4s and a 6. And then, as has happened all the way through this tour, 1 brings 2 in terms of the England batting. It was Mel Hussain. Clean bowled by Butler for 13, 76 for 5 England, 25.6 overs gone. But then a really good partnership between Ed Gordon-Lennox, the skipper, and Lee South. Took the score on to 132 when Lee South, having hit a wonderful 4 off Stephen Butler, lofted drive over cover. The very next ball, the ball was same length but just a bit closer into him, couldn't free his arms, and a little edge to the wicketkeeper Tyso. The Western Australia skipper took a nice catch, but a good innings from Lee South. 24 off 26 deliveries with 2 4s. Brought Razi Ahmed to the crease, and again some good batting, good partnerships with him. Although he only scored 9, he's rotating the strike nicely. He was bowled by Greg Pound for 9. The score 167 for 7 at that point. And then Simon Routh there at the end with his skipper, batted very, very well indeed. 27 not out off just 19 deliveries, 2 4s for Ed Gordon-Lennox. 49 not out yesterday, 87 not out today off just 61 deliveries, 9 4s and 3 6s. Wonderful effort from the skipper. So 228 for 7 England, and it really didn't look like it was going to be that total, folks. I will tell you that now. 75 for 6 they were. Well, it's been a good effort, gives them something to defend. Now this pitch is a difficult one, and with the England bowling attack, I fancy they're going to make life very, very difficult for this Western Australia side when they come out to bat in about 35 minutes time. I'll just run you through the bowling figures for the Western Australians. Will stand out for me, I think Darren Jeffrey. He bowled tremendously well from this pavilion end. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 22. Peter Ritchie, he bowled well as well. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 34. Tony Chialella, well, initially he bowled well. He came back for his second spell and got a bit of treatment. 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 50. Stephen Butler, again, excellent from him, as he was yesterday. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 37. Dominic Crognale, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. Graham Pound, well, he bowled well from the pavilion end. but he got a bit of treatment like Keelallah did when he switched ends to the far end. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 47. And just the 1 over from Norman Bedford. 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 17. So there we go, folks. The innings interval. Donnybrook Cricket Club, Rash Mahmood here with you. England posting 228 for 7 off their 45 overs. And again, apologies for the technical issues we had. Nothing to do with any of the staff here. Working miracles to try and get the sound on. I know the pictures were on, but thankfully they're back on. Well, for some of you, maybe thankfully it's not the right word. You may have been just content just to watch the pictures. Anyway, whatever the thing. Hopefully I'll be back in 35 minutes time. Please, once you're watching on the stream, use the chat function. Let us know your thoughts. Be nice to hear your thoughts on that England innings. But I'll see you again in 35 minutes when we see how the Western Australia boys get on in their pursuit of 229 to win. Well, good afternoon, good evening, or indeed good morning, wherever you may be. Rash Mahmood here at the beautiful Donnybrook Cricket Club, about 40 minutes from the England team hotel in Bunbury for this match between England and the Western Australia Southwest Country team. Delighted to bring you ball by ball commentary on this live stream. Lunch has been taken after the England boys won the toss and elected to bat, but it was tough going for them, folks. Those who were following the stream faces some very, very good bowling, and as we know from following England during this tour, the top five, well, they struggled mightily again. 30 overs in, we were lucky if England were going to go up to a total of 130. But some wonderful partnerships between Nick Gayward and Mel Hussain, 45 for them, Ed Good and Lennox the skipper, and Lee South, 56 partnership between those two. The skipper again and Razi Ahmed, 35, and right at the end, the skipper and Simon Rath got England up to 228 for 7 off their 45 overs. In Western Australia, 229 to win. So we're nearly all set then. The umpire's Mel Mahmood at square leg, the umpire nearest to us. Her colleague, Bob Belcher, standing at the far end. Our scorers, Tony Fitzgerald and Gaynor Jeffrey. And it's going to be Kevin Watson. Well, he's carrying a little injury to his heel. An injury he suffered in the third one-day international against Australia at Tanunda. We'll see how he gets on. It's the skipper. Tyso on strike. Oh, swing and a miss his first one. Right on the money. Graham Tyso, the skipper, kept wicket very well. Oh, it's a appeal for OBW, that's got to be close. Oh. Well, he didn't get very far forward, did Tyso. Good shout from Kevin Watson, but was moving a touch in the air. England will have gone into the innings break absolutely delighted to post 228. We've got to back it up in the field. This pitch isn't easy. There is movement both in the air and off the seam. And that's the first runs off the bat. Tyso nicely tucked round the corner. Nick Gagaro does the fielding at fine leg. So Western Australia off the mark. On to the skipper. 229 to win then. So Dominic Crognale to take strike. Plays the first delivery he faces. Out to Lee South at cover. Good start by Kevin Watson. Just a single from it. And Nick Gagaro makes his way up from his fine leg fielding position. Hands his glasses over to the umpire, Mel Mahmood. He's going to open from the pavilion end. Left armour. I think this pitch may well suit him. Does have the ability with a left armour when conditions are in his favour, just to bring the ball into the right hander. Normally bowls very straight. It induces a lot of LBWs. So Kagaro in then. First delivery. As we saw in the England innings, this ball, it's off a good length. It's not banged halfway down the pitch, and he's certainly not express pace, Nick Gagaro, but lift. We saw it from Pound from this pavilion end when Western Australia were bowling. Heard the shouts. Good stop, Paul. Fielding at mid-on. The England team manager, Paul Bradley. Good to see Paul out there. That's good fielding. Ed Gordon Lennox. Skipper leading by example. And that ball just held up a touch in the surface. Tyso got there pretty early. He was waiting for the delivery. Maiden over by Nick Gagaro. Western Australia. One without loss, 2 overs gone here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. Chasing 229 to win. There's Kevin Watson continuing from the far end then. He's in. Oh, so that's nicely played out into the onside. It's going to be tight. Oh, clean pickup. Yeah, just pushed into the offside. Crognale to get off the mark. Now Moore. He's about 5 or 6 yards in from the 30-metre circle. Couldn't prevent the single. Oh, that's on the air. That's got to be out. And it is. Well, the skipper going for an expansive shot in the leg side. And the thick edge just looped up in the air. Nice, easy catch. At slip. Good start by England. Breakthrough made. 2 for 1 Western Australia. And it's the skipper. Tyso caught Steve Aston in his uncustomary position of slip. Normally the England stumper, but Simon Raft taking the gloves today. Bowled Kevin Watson. Just the start England would require. Regulation catch for Steve Aston. It slipped. He must have thought all his birthdays had come at once. He's normally got the gloves on. A good start. So, the next man in for Western Australia, Stephen Butler. So Paul Radich has been brought into gully. Steve Aston, he's probably somewhere between first and second slip. Man at backwards a point, cover, mid off, mid on, wide mid wicket, square leg. And third man, it's a nice delivery by Watson, bit of shape on that. Just watched by Butler, outside his off stump. But definite movement away from the left-hander. It's good this by Watson. Oh, that's down the leg side. That should be called a wide. It's a good take by Simon Rath, I've got to say, but it is signalled a wide. Umpire Bob Belcher standing at the far end. Splits his time between Australia and Oxford. There's Watson in again. Full of length this time. That's nicely played. That's a brilliant bit of fielding. Wonderful bit of fielding in the covers. One-handed. Absolutely smashed by Butler. I think that's Mel Hussain there. Superb. End of the over then. And a good one from Watson. Just a one from it, by way of an extra, a wide. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 3 then. Kevin Watson, good start by him. Nick Gagaro then. Maiden to start off with. Can he back his partner up? So in he comes then. Oh, that's down the leg side. And Simon Routh unable to take it. Wide signal by the umpire, Mel Mahmood. And they ran 2. That's a good delivery from Gagaro. Just a bit of shape in it again. It's coming into the right-hander. As I say, folks, if he gets that working and he's seeing it, he can be a very, very effective bowler, particularly to right-hand batsmen. Gagaro in again. Ooh. And again, shape. Just doing enough in the air to keep the batsman honest. Crognale. That's fetched from outside the off stump. Just a 2 though. It's over mid wicket. Paul Radish does the chasing. Oh, it's a good delivery. Just on a length. Wrapping Crognally on his gloves. As I said, there is a bit of unpredictable bounce. We saw it when the England boys were out there. Very, very difficult for them first off. Four overs gone here. Then at Donnybrook Cricket Club. Western Australia 8 for 1. Man out the skipper Tyso. Trying to hit it through the leg side. The outside edge just looped up to Steve Aston at slip. And the score was on 2. And so Kevin Watson to continue from the far end. Just a bit of width that time from Watson. Yeah, and he knows it. Signal wide by the umpire. One more to the total. That's a nice delivery. And another very, very good over from Kevin Watson. Just a wide from it. 5 overs gone. Western Australia 9 for 1. Nigel Moore just making his way off the field. Being replaced by Nick Gaywood. Can come back on again in 5 overs time. Is Gagaro going to continue from the pavilion end? Bowls. Oh, it's a swing and a miss, and a good take by Simon Ralph. That reared up. Excellent take by the keeper. Crognale. 3 not out. Oh, now spearing in. Oh, you can hear the shouts from Gagaro. I was swinging in. Crognale walking across his stumps. Just managed to get his bat on it in time. Thickish inside edge, and it squirted to Paul Radich at square leg. Good bowling. Testing times for the Western Australian batsman. But that's a good shot. It's running away towards the boundary. Just going to get there, and it does. Just a bit of width offered by Gagaro was enough for Crognale to free his arms. Fetch it from outside off stump. Hit it wide of mid-wicket for 4. 13 for 1. He moves on to 7. That was nicely played. Get a bit of width from Gagaro. Crognale just open the face of the bat. Guided it wide of the fielder. Steve Aston at second slip. 1 more to the total then. 14 for 1. Have that Nick Gagaro over then. 6 overs gone here at Donnybrook Cricket Club, Western Australia, Southwest Country. 14 for 1. Oh, that's reared up again. And another good take by Simon Ralph. Well, I said there was some unpredictable bounce in this pitch. Evidence of that. The first few overs of this Western Australia batting. The first time I've seen it from the far end. Oh, again. Well, lift and movement. Another good take by Ralph. Well, rearing off the pitch. And Crognale. Well, he's a bit concerned out there. He's had 2 absolute snorters to him. Oh, and lets that one go outside the off stump. That's good fielding by Mark Eames. Square leg. Nicely played by the batsman. Got down well. Another good over from Kevin Watson. Maiden over for him. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 4. Then he's going to continue from the pavilion end. Butler on strike. That's short. Oh, another good bit of fielding. Melusine again, diving to his left, one-handed, prevents any runs being taken. Again, great stuff from Melusine. Very, very powerfully by Butler. Bounced just a couple of yards in front of him. Putting his body on the line. Saving runs. Great effort by him. Those of you who were with us during the England innings will have heard from Nick Gaywood as he joined me in the commentary area, and he was saying how difficult it was to bat out there. Well, sticking in the pitch, and your cuts and pull shots were difficult. You were getting there too early, and the only way you could, well, certainly Nick could only find of scoring was the fuller length deliveries, trying to drive them, but you take them on at your peril. Good over from Nick Gagaro. Maiden from him. Four overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10 then for Nick Gagaro. And if you'd like to get in touch with us, just use the chat feature on the YouTube stream. Delighted to hear anything you have to say about this match or any of the matches that you may have watched during this England tour, and some predictions for the 4th and 5th One Day Internationals coming up later this week in Perth. Please get in touch. I'll try and read out as many as I can. Required run rate already up to 5.8. Currently going at 1.8 and over, so it's a really good start by the England opening duo. There's Kevin Watson in again from the far end. Oh, well, I mean, two deliveries rear up in the previous over to Crognale. That one kept a bit low. Just going to keep the batsman guessing. Well, so far, Kevin Watson doesn't appear to be showing any ill effects from the heel injury he sustained in that third one-day international at the Tanunda Oval against Australia. Ooh, again, that's wrapped Crognale on the... It has, yeah. Right glove, and the second time he's been hit. And it just gets into your mind as a batsman. He had a couple in the previous over that reared up. He's had one in this over that's kept low, and then that one rearing up. From what looks, probably from a batter's point of view, a similar length. He's been hit on the gloves again. Another maiden, 3 maidens in a row then. The tight bowling from this England opening pair. Kevin Watson, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 4. Hard going out there for the Western Australia batsman, as it was for the England batsman. So 9 overs gone. 14 for 1. Western Australia chasing 229 to win. The run rate just a touch under 6 and over, 5.97. As Gagaro continues from the pavilion end. Butler on strike. Oh, that's skewed off the outside edge. Oh, going to run. Yes, Kevin Watson. No. Well, a bit further that time for Kevin Watson. He's fielding at point in the third one-day international. Wonderful one-handed pick-up and throw. Direct hit that got rid of the very, very dangerous Doug Murphy. But that skewed off the outside edge of Butler's bat. That scampered through for a single. 15 for 1, Western Australia. Oh, it's a mix-up here. That's terrible luck. Well, Nick Gagaro came in. Ball wrapped Crognale on his pads. Loud appeal by Gagaro, and only Gagaro. Elpar Mahmood not interested at all. The ball went out into the leg side. Butler, well, he was standing his ground at the non-striker's end, and for whatever reason, Crognale decided to run. The ball was in the fielder's hand. He had the simple task of throwing it to Simon Routh. Whip the bells off. Western Australia lose their second wicket. And it's Crognale, the man out for 8. Run out. miscommunication doesn't do that. Dismissal of Crognally Justice. It really was a complete breakdown. I don't think you can attribute any blame whatsoever to Butler at the non-striker's end. It was a very loud and long appeal by Nick Gagaro that the umpire was taking the time to consider, so it just rolled out into the leg side. I don't know what he was thinking. Well, nonetheless, England won't be too bothered about that. 2 back in the hutch. Only 15 on the board. So John Spilsbury, the new man in. Just watches that first delivery from Nick Gagaro. Pass outside the line of his off stump. Yeah, that's a nice shot by Spilsbury. Classical cover drive, foot right to the pitch of the ball. Nicely along the ground. He's off the mark. 2 for him. 2 more to the total. 17 for 2. That's a very extravagant appeal by Gagaro. Well, he puts his heart and soul into it, Gagaro. Really, really likeable character. Umpire Mel Mahmood just having a word with him. Nothing too untoward, I wouldn't have thought. End of that over then. 10 overs gone. Western Australia 17 for 2. Remember they're chasing 229 to win. Message from Claude Orlando, the Australian wicket-keeper. We'll be seeing Claude in a couple of days' time. Him along with Paul Bradley, the England team manager, Dina Bagust. Done a wonderful job getting this tour organised. Well, Claude has put, I want to see the Falcon Bowl. And he is of course referring to the England team manager, Paul Bradley. He lives out in Malta, does Paul? Affectionately known. If he can be affectionate in any way to the England team manager, Paul Bradley. He's known as the Maltese Falcon. Fairly useful cricketer over the years. Changing bowling then. From the far end, Mel Hussain replaces Kevin Watson. Hussain has bowled fantastically well this tour. I don't know if you'll get your wish, Claude, but if England keep making inroads, I think there's a pretty good chance that the Maltese Falcon might turn his arm over. Well, it's 21 deliveries that Stephen Butler has faced, just a one to his name. It shows you how difficult it is to bat on this pitch. Well, a good start from Hussain. Maiden to start for him. England have made early inroads. I think they'll be looking to press on here, go on the attack. Really hot afternoon now, so temperatures expected to get up to towards 37 degrees, 98 degrees in Old Money, and most of these boys played yesterday. Temperatures weren't as hot, but they were still in the early 30s. Two remaining matches on this tour, the 4th and 5th one-day internationals against Australia in Perth towards the end of the week. As much energy that they can conserve, the better for them, but a chance to more time to recover as well. For Western Australia, well, I've just got to see the next few overs out without losing a wicket. Try and take this as deep as they can. A big ask from here. There's Nigel Moore. He's going to replace Nick Gagaro at the pavilion end. A flighted delivery by Moore, hit very nicely by Spilsbury, but straight to the England skipper Ed Gordon Lennox, right on the 30-metre circle at mid-off. And Spilsbury just opens the face of the bat, guides it through gully. One to him, one more to the total. 18 for 2, Western Australia, chasing 229 to win. Is he left-handed? That's it. Stephen Butler on to strike. Just some changes being made to the field. Oh, beaten. Good delivery by Moore. Butler pushing forward, looking to play that back down the pitch. Oh, whiz past the outside edge. Yeah, this time Butler going across his stumps, covering up, just dabs it out into the offside, and there's no run. Nice start from Nigel Moore, just a one from it. Slow progress for the Western Australian boys. 18 for 2, 12 overs gone. wickets to fall. Where it was the skipper, Tyso, he was the first man out. Caught by Steve Aston at widest slip off the bowling of Kevin Watson, trying to hit one through mid-wicket. It's got a thickish edge that looped to Aston's hands. He was out for one. And then Cognell. Complete mix-up with his partner, Stephen Butler. He ended up running right to the non-striker's end, and Butler had never moved out of his crease. He was out for 8. It was 2 for 1, and 15 for 2. Spilsbury just pushes that into the offside. Easy single for him. 19 for 2. That's a nice shot by Butler. Just rocking back just a touch of width offered by Hussain on that occasion, but nicely played by Butler. Through the point region, Paul Radish does the chasing. 2 to end the over then. 3 off that Mal Hussain over. 21 for 2 after 13, chasing 229 to win. Bit of air on that one from Nigel Moore. Nicely played by Spilsbury, but straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run. Oh, that's disappearing to the boundary. Short from Moore. Spilsbury onto it in a flash. Very nice shot indeed. All along the ground. Wide of the fielder. At mid-wicket, Paul Radish. Nothing he could do to stop that. Nice stroke by Spilsbury. 25 for 2. He moves on to 8. Nicely played again by Spilsbury this time, using his feet nicely. All along the ground to Razi Ahmed, who's fielding at mid-on. Right on the edge of the circle at 30 metres. 26 for 2. He moves on to 9. Left-hander Stephen Butler on strike. Here's Nigel Moore then. Just prods forward. End of that Nigel Moore over. 5 from it. 14 overs gone. After this next over, we should be having the scheduled drinks break. Western Australia 26 for 2, chasing 229 to win. And for those of you who have been with us from the start of this stream, thank you. Major technical issues with the commentary. I think we were only able to get on from the 27th over of the England innings. Fingers crossed everything works properly from now. But we saw in that England innings how difficult it was for them to score. And the Western Australian boys, they're finding it very difficult as well. What England did do very, very well in their innings is the second and third change bowlers for Western Australia. They really got after him, didn't allow him to settle, to get into a good rhythm. Just squirts off the outside edge straight to Ahmed. Backward point, and there's no run. And it was that really got the England score motoring. And from Nick Gayward at the top of the innings, 43. It was the men lower down that did the damage for England. Lee Self 24, Simon Ralph 27 not out at the end, and Ed Gordon Lennox, the skipper, 87 not out. 152 runs. Those last 3 partnerships put on. He's waiting as a vehicle at the far end of the ground behind the umpire, not Belcher, being told to move on. Quicker from Hussain at Spilsbury, nicely back on his toes, just flicks that away to square leg. Nick Gagaro does the fielding. 1 more to the total. 27 for 2. Spilsbury moves into double figures with that single to 10 off the 21 deliveries he's faced. His partner, left-hander Stephen Butler, been hard going for him. 3 off the 30 deliveries that he's faced. What another good over from Mel Hussain, just the 1 from it. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. And Nigel Moore, his partner, currently operating from the pavilion end. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6. So it drinks 15 overs gone here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. Western Australia 27 for 2, chasing 229 to win. Join us again in a couple of ticks when we'll be back to see how Western Australia get on in their chase. So his drinks continue to be taken here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. Just time for me to thank the sponsors of the England team. There are many of them. The main ones: Stonehill Sports, Pro Bio Energy, Box Park, MacTech Services, Trelleborg and Sporter Tours. Thank you all for supporting not just this tour, but many previous tours. We hope we have a long association with the England seniors in the years to come. And if you would like to get involved with the England seniors, folks, all the details of how you can contact us from the various means, head first off to the England Over 60s cricket page on Facebook. Alternatively, visit www.6070cc.co.uk. Take you to the seniors page. Details of all the fixtures, all the relevant people that you need to contact, and let you know all about the senior scene in England, 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s. It won't be too long before the over 50s embark on their World Cup out in Sri Lanka beginning of February. Good luck to all the boys travelling out to Sri Lanka. Not only will you have a brilliant time, then hospitality will be absolutely first rate. It's going to be a really, really good cricket, and we wish you all the best. And for England, well, they've got 2 more matches on this tour, in a long, arduous tour. 2 out of the first 3 matches were abandoned due to rain, would you believe it? But since then, well, England, other than the one-day internationals, they've beaten every other side that they've faced. So they'll be looking to win here and win convincingly today to go undefeated in that particular sphere. Unfortunately, the 3 one-day internationals against Australia for the Grey Ashes have been beaten in all 3. The first 2 pretty convincingly, you have to be perfectly honest, but they showed a lot of fight and a lot of pluck in that 3rd one at Tanunda. It was a wonderful, wonderful game, folks. If you haven't seen it, please revisit it on YouTube. Veterans Cricket Australia, just search on that and scroll down and that match will come up. England looked dead and buried at one point in that game, but a wonderful partnership between Steve Aston and Jason Corn got them up to 169. And for once, England made inroads early doors in the Australian batting lineup and got to the middle lower order, and the nerves were jittering and the nerves were jangling, fingernails were being bitten to the quick, and it ebbed and flowed. England on top, Australia back in it, England back on top again, and it took a leg bye with 2 balls to go for Australia to get home by the narrowest of margins to take an unassailable 3-0 lead in the Grey Ashes series, but much to play for in the 2 remaining games, of course. And we have found out recently from the England tour manager Paul Bradley that Australia will be visiting England next summer. See if England can reclaim the Ashes when they return to our shores. So drinks breaks taken then. 27 for 2, chasing 229 Western Australia. It's Nigel Moore from the pavilion end. Spilsbury on strike. Played into the offside by Spilsbury just for a minute. Lee South, I think it is there, was interested, but bounced a couple of yards in front of him. Well, not where Spilsbury intended it, looking to play that a lot squarer. somewhere on the point region. Thick edge, runs away to the boundary. Nick Gagaro, good chase by him. But 3 to Spilsbury. 30 for 2 then. The final delivery of that Nigel Moore over. Stephen Butler just pushing it out towards mid-off. 16 overs gone then, first over after drinks. 31 for 2. Mel Hussain to continue from the far end. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4 so far. Very, very good bowling by him. It's a nice shot by Butler, should be 2. So he plays that out into the deep on the onside. And Nick Gaywood trots round to do the fielding. 2 more to the total. 33 for 2. Nicely played. Yeah, good shot by Butler. Just stepped back in his crease, but opened up his body. Very well controlled shot. Past gully. 2 more to Butler then. 35 for 2. He moves on to 8 not out. His partner Spilsbury, 13 not out. Misfield this time. Well, Paul Radich in there at point. Hit very firmly by Butler, but Paul Radich, normally a very, very good fielder, and able to gather that cleanly. Nick Gagaro does to chasing. 2 more to the total then. 37 for 2. Butler. Moves into double figures. 10 off the 36 deliveries that he's faced. Some changes to the field being made by Mel Hussain. Paul Radich disappears out into the yonder. And the offside, deep cover boundary. Backward point, cover point. And it's straight to Gagaro. That cover. There's no run. Wide-ish mid-off, and then it's an orthodox mid-off. Can't quite see because Simon Ross blocking my view, but I think it's Ed Gordon-Lennox. It's an orthodox mid-off. See it straight down the ground by Butler. It's going to be quick, and he is, and gets there. Good fielding there by Ed Gordon-Lennox. Straight to him. Good pick up. The throw at the stumps, but Butler had made his ground. 7 from the over then. Mel Hussain. Western Australia move on to 38 for 2. Nigel Moore then to continue from the pavilion end. Oh, that's short, and Butler will be onto that. Yeah, don't bother running for that. Good shot by Stephen Butler. Short by Moore. And there's a ball holding in the surface, it just sat up. It was begging to be smacked to the boundary. And that's exactly the treatment it got. Butler with that boundary moves on to 15. The score 42 for 2. And the relative thing of things, he's accelerating quite nicely. He was 3 off 30 deliveries. Now he's 15 off 39. Just watchful this time as he plays it back down to Nigel Moore. There's no run. 6.72 runs per over required. Oh, that's flighted. That's going to go as well. And it is. Yeah, Ed Gordon-Lennox building it at mid-on. Didn't move for that. Sat up again. And Butler. No hesitation going over the top. Perfectly safe to do that. If you make a good connection, there's no one out in the deep. Having said that, Ed Gordon-Lennox is just going 3/4 of the way back. That's short again. That's hit very, very powerfully. But there is cover out there this time. Nick Gaywood. Deep extra cover. Keeps it to 1. 9 from the over so far. 47 for 2. Butler moves on to 20. And for Spilsbury, Ed Gordon-Lennox comes up orthodox mid-off. Razi Ahmed comes back onto the boundary. It's nicely played. So 10 from that Nigel Moore over. Progresses the score to 48 for 2 for Western Australia. Right, well, I've been joined in the commentary area by the Western Australian skipper.
That's Pound, I'm Tyson.
Oh.
Oh yeah, wicket keeper.
I'll put you down as a captain. Anyway, Graham Tyson. Graham, thank you for joining me. I'm sure you didn't want to be in this position talking to me.
No, I'd rather still be out in the middle. We've turned on a beautiful day. I think the bad weather's been following us around the countryside, so you've come to Donnybrook for a lovely sunny day. And I think the longer we can keep you guys out there, the better.
Yeah, and I'm sure your national colleagues who are going to be playing us 2 games at the end of the week will be delighted at this. Graham, just tell me what it means for you to be playing in this match and having the England touring team as your opponents.
Yeah, look, it's I was fortunate enough to toured England in August. In the tour that I captained WA to. Then we played against the English Lions, and we were successful in beating the English Lions. So that was the highlight. And if we can get up today, that'll be definitely another cricketing highlight for me.
Well, absolutely, it's going to take some effort, but these two. Oh, that's a misfield as I speak. Razi Ahmed replacing Mo Hussain at the far end. Well, you mentioned the weather, Graham. It is blisteringly hot for these boys. I mean, most of them played yesterday as well. It's going to take its toll. But that tour of England, is that the first time you'd toured England?
Yeah, as on a cricket tour, yes, yeah. So that was fabulous. We were treated like royalty, I believe. We went to a little place called Oakamore, where the entire village turned out, and it was just
children, they close the schools, don't they?
yeah. The kids gave us a guard of honour as we went onto the field, and it was just a fabulous day. But, and the morning teas and the lunches that they put on, the dinners afterwards, it's just, the hospitality was magnificent. So I know that's something that we're trying to recreate now for you guys.
And you certainly have. We've been treated like royalty as well, Graham. I've got to say, everywhere we've been, the hospitality has been fantastic. So I myself and Graham were talking. The 50 for Western Australia, 51 for 2. As I say, Razi Ahmed replacing Mel Hussain from the far end. 5 wickets he took yesterday. It was the change of ends that worked the wonders for him. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25 from the pavilion end in the game yesterday. Was out the attack for a while, came back at the far end. Yeah. Wouldn't you know it? Bags himself a 5 for. Different conditions today, but he should be full of confidence. But there's just signs that the Western Australian batters are getting used to the conditions, the bounce of the pitch. And they'll be looking to progress. Graham, your thoughts on the England innings? I know you're from an opponent's point of view, but you had England in all sorts of trouble early doors.
Your skipper just batted magnificently to really to set us a very good target. We thought we were going to get back in the shed for 150, and we're very very impressed with the way he batted and just kept building. It was a great innings. Supported by another right-hander at the end. I'm not sure of his name, but that was great too.
Yeah, it was Simon Ralph, and I've got the figures in front of me, Graham. England were in all sorts of trouble, really. But the partnerships that they had, apart from Nick Gayward and Mel Hussain, and obviously Nick Gayward very unfortunate to be run out, but Ed Gordon, Lennox and Lee South, 56 they put on. 35 between Ed Gordon, Lennox and Razi Ahmed, and 61 Ed Gordon, Lennox and Simon Ralph, the stumper. 152 runs between us. I was here, and the commentary wasn't working there, but I was amazed if England got up to 130. But yeah, challenging score set. Yeah. But these two batters are looking well set. It's going to be a tall order, of course, Graham, but 6.85 runs per over. But very impressed with Stephen Butler and Spilsbury. I think we know a bit about him. He's a very decent batsman indeed.
Yeah, look, there's one thing I know for sure. We're going to give it a crack. There's no way we're going to finish 3 or 4 down and short of the score. But we're going to go hard.
That's good to see. Graham, have you been following the Grey Ashes tour? Obviously, the first 3 one-day internationals, and obviously, it's going to be parties. And of course, we're sitting in the commentary room. They're all unbiased. But how impressed have you been with the Australian national boys in the over 60s? They played wonderfully well in the first 2. Squeaked home in the third one when England really put them under the pressure. First time in the series that's happened. But what are your thoughts on what the Australian team are and where they're heading into the final 2 games?
Yeah, I think they're full of confidence. They're obviously on their home decks here, which makes a fair bit of difference. If the weather's heating up, and the bowling in particular, I think has been fit for purpose. They're very very good at restricting the England batters, and I think that makes all the difference.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Peter Jensen, the Aussie skipper, his farewell talk, me standing down at the end of the Ashes series. Well, he's not afraid to take risks, is Peter Jensen, bowling Peter Judd in the second and third one-day internationals, to everyone's surprise when you thought it was going to be Bill Blair opening up. There's more. He's continuing from the pavilion end. 51 for 2 then, as the wind gets up a bit, as it tends to do. I wouldn't say it's a chill wind either.
The wind's now coming from the other direction, so it's not the easterly anymore. The easterly breeze here is the warm breeze. So this breeze has turned now, and it may get a bit of a cool change this afternoon.
Oh, well, that'll be quite nice. Looking forward to that. End of the over then, 20 overs gone. Maiden by Nigel Moore. 51 for 2, Western Australia chasing 229 to win. Graham, where do you play your cricket? You still playing cricket on an active basis?
Yeah, I've played all over Western Australia. Maris was one of my home clubs from that we played at yesterday. That you guys played at?
Yeah, wonderful ground.
Yeah.
Facilities great.
Yeah, I play my club cricket with Leeming in Perth, but I'm heavily involved in WA veterans. So very fortunate to lead a group on a tour to Brisbane recently, where we had a great time. Not so much success with the cricket, but the camaraderie and the group just bonded together, and it was a fabulous trip.
Ahmed continuing. That's a lovely shot by Butler. Don't bother chasing that. That's gone for 4. Well, he's played a couple of shots like that, Stephen Butler. Took him an age to get going. 3 off 30, but 24 now off 40. I've just been bothered by a fly. 24 off 46.
No flies here.
And in the future, would you like to tour England again with the Western Australian? I know Paul Bradley spoke really highly of you boys when you came over. It was so well received. No, Butler this time he's hit that very powerfully through the leg side this time. Wide of mid-wicket. Excellent batting from him.
It's great to see Steve Butler getting on with it now. He's a quality player. He's actually going to be 13th man for Australia over the next couple of days. And who knows, might be an injury and he might get his run. He bowled superbly earlier.
He certainly did, Graham. Yeah, I was very impressed with him yesterday, I've got to say. Well, it's all about taking chances and opportunities. We've seen that in the Ashes series so far. Doug Murphy getting his chance due to the injury to Glenn Pearce. He's coming 71, I think, in the first one and 80 something in the second one. Brilliantly run out by Kevin Watson in the third one, the international. Doug, if you're listening, and I'm sure you are, be really nice meeting you, my friend. We look forward to seeing you in the 4th and 5th one-day internationals, but unfortunately, not to be. But thank you for your company over the last 3 internationals. Absolute gentleman. But it was about taking your chances, Graham, and he took his chance.
He did. But, yeah, he took his chances beautifully. I think he set the Australians up in both those 2 games. And credit to him. I know he was very emotional after the first game. But congratulations.
Yeah, and just talking about the camaraderie and spirit that Graham mentioned, echo that. It's been a really fiercely fought series, but played in wonderful spirit. And in fact, all the games that England have been involved in, and this one is no exception, the spirit between the guys is fantastic. I mean, folks, watching this stream, these guys are 60 plus. These are really hot temperatures. This is not dibbly-dobbly cricket. Okay, the bodies may not be able to do what they did 40 years ago, but there's no lack of spirit and endeavour, enthusiasm, skill and talent on display. And they need commending. They need commending. They're an absolute inspiration, and I know, Graham, you feel exactly the same about your boys and the whole veterans cricket, not just in WA, but throughout the whole Australia. It's a very vibrant scene.
Yeah, it's just growing. I think Ramp said earlier we started with 2 teams here 11 years ago. We battled to get 2 teams ringing around trying to get a game up. But and now we have WA has 40s, 50s, 55s, 60s, 65s, 70s, and the ladies. We're growing. And yeah, we just need to keep doing that. And start to be a lot more professional and winning. We need to go to national championships and start to win, which we haven't done so far, but we're getting there.
Well, Nigel Moore continuing from the pavilion end, his first delivery. Wide of the off stump, Butler unhurried, untroubled, just plays that out into the offside. One more to him. He moves on to 31. His partner Spilsbury on 18, 63 for 2 then. These two progressing very nicely indeed. They came together when the score was 15. So 2 more for the 50 partnership.
Spilsbury is starting to build. If he gets going, this oval's not going to be big enough.
Yeah, I'm going to be very diplomatic because he's built like a. Well, I can't say what I was going to say, but he's very powerfully built. Is Mr. Spilsbury? I'm probably going to have to buy him a beer afterwards because if his friends and rellies hear what I'm saying, but yeah, I get the impression when he hits it, it stays hit, Graham.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I do remember one game in England. Spilsbury travelled with us, and Hussein bowled an over to him. We only bowled one because Spilsbury hit him for 26.
Well, Melissane's kept that very, very quiet. I might be challenging after the game. He's not disclosed that before. Well, that's probably why he's gone off. There's Mr. Spilsbury's looking in good nick. And you can sometimes tell with batters, can't you, Graham? I mean, Steve Butler, he really did struggle early doors, but now he's just he looks like a different batter.
I think the bowling's just got a little bit shorter in the last few overs. Steve's got a bit more time to see the ball, and the ball here is sitting up today, so it might be the heat starting to take the toll on the English bowlers.
Yeah, quite possibly. Nigel Moore then round the wicket. Oh, yeah, well, he's lucky to get away with that. It was wide outside the off stump, mistimed by Butler. Hit it straight back to Nigel Moore. 22 overs gone then, just approaching the halfway point. Western Australia 66 for 2. They're chasing 229 to win. And that's the 50 partnership up for these two. Good display, good rebuilding. Razi Ahmed from the far end. Fortunate to get away with that, Ahmed. Full toss. Yeah, I was just going to say, Graham, I was just flicking, I was trying to find it on my notes, but it's on the other side of my notebook and the wind is blowing it around. I know Fletcher Park's one of them. Have you played there?
Yeah, well, I play my veterans cricket at Fletcher Park with Leeming. The Perth Cricket Club looks after us there. But, you know, Fletcher Park's a premier cricket ground in Perth. It's hosted some fabulous players over the years, blokes by the name of Dennis Lilly, you might know. Adam Gilchrist, you might know. I think even Rod Marsh played there for a season. Wow. And yeah, it's a fabulous place to play cricket. There's a lot of great stuff on the walls there. And yeah, it'll be a deck similar to this one, maybe. It'll be fairly hard and bouncy.
Good. We're looking forward to that. And I can't find it on my notes, folks. I did have it written down, but. And the other venue, it just escapes me. I can't think where it is. jog my memory, but
So the other venue is College Park in Netherlands. So that's the home club of one Sammy Davis. So Sammy's going to be our host for the day. Again, a lovely place to play cricket. There's a nice big pavilion there overlooking the ground. Yeah.
well, all the grounds we've been at, and this is no exception. Going to be wonderful, wonderful facilities. Just have a quick break in play. Quick drink for the keeper Simon Rouse, and indeed the umpire, otherwise known as my better half, Mel Mahmood. Nigel Moore then to continue from the pavilion end. 68 for 2. 23 gone. Cut powerfully. Straight to Nick Gayward. Deep cover boundary. One more to Butler. 69 for 2. He moves on to 35. With Spilsby on strike, the field spreading. Mark Eames, just to my right. Steve Aston, to my left. Long on, long off, respectively. Oh, and Spilsby is just, well,
Boosted.
yeah, I'm trying to find the right word, Graham, because he didn't appear to hit that, but it's gone like an absolute rocket to the boundary. What word did you use to describe it?
This coming from my club. We've got a young fella who talks his own game up, and he says he moosed it.
Moosed it. Yeah, well, he certainly did moose that. I mean, he just appeared not to hit it. It absolutely flew away. Well, 4 more to the total then, folks. 73 for 2. These two going very, very well indeed. Spilsby moves on to 24 not out. Oh, wait for a big swing that time. Trying to deposit it over deep square leg. And that one just pops up a touch. John Spilsby takes his one hand off the bat. It's the end of that over then. 24 gone here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. Beautiful venue. This match between England and Western Australia at South West Country. England winning the toss and electing to bat. 228 for 7 they made in their 45 overs. The mainstay of that, 87 not out by the England skipper Ed Gordon-Lennox. 9 fours and 3 sixes in his innings. Good partnerships between him and Lee Self, and him and Simon Routh, the England stumper. Got up England to what's it? The 30 over mark. Looked a very, very improbable target. In return, 2 early wickets for England. Graham alongside me. He was caught by Steve Aston at slip off the bowling of Kevin Watson for 1. And then I was going to say a comical run out. Your thoughts, Graham, because you're sat in the pavilion when you see that run out. I mean, it's very hard sometimes when you're in the pavilion, but when you're looking at it, you think, well, there's only one person to blame.
Yeah, actually, I didn't see it. I was having a shower. I think Dom's a bit upset with himself. But I can't comment more than that.
Very diplomatic. Well, there were words exchanged between the batsmen at the time. I can tell you that much, folks. Well, while we were talking, Stephen Butler has just played the shot of the innings so far. Wonderful shot. Nick Gayward only had 5 yards to cover out there at deep square leg, and he could not make the ground. He was hit that well. Oh, Butler that time just looking to guide it through gully. Paul Bradley, the Maltese Falcon, feeling it well. He's at sort of backwardish point, wideish gully. And that's floated by Ahmed. Butler misses out that time, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. 77 for 2 then. Steve Butler moves on to 39. That's a nice shot, just back down the ground, straight to the fielder at long on. One more to the total then, 78 for 2. 40 for Butler now. John Spilsbury, his partner, 24. Graham, thank you for your time, sir. We'll have a beer with you in a bit.
We will see you all in Perth in the next couple of days.
Absolutely. Graham Tarso, folks, thank you for your time. Oh, thickest edge from Spilsbury. Not where he intended. Just the one, though. Nigel Moore does the chasing. End of the over from Razi Ahmed. .25 overs gone here then. 79 for 2, Western Australia. Nigel Moore is going to continue from the pavilion end. I would like to say that Mike Palmer, he's joined me in the commentary out. Good to see you, Palms.
Hi Rash, how are you?
A bit hot and bothered, old boy. A bit.
At least there's a bit of a breeze picking up, so that's good.
Oh, it's a big hit. Nick Gayward out there in the deep on the leg side. Well, keeps it to 1. I just get the feeling that John Spilsbury is winding up. You heard Graham Tyso, who was maybe a few minutes ago, as he moosed that ball for 4. He's a very, very powerful individual. And his partner Stephen Butler. We'll get Palms' thoughts on that England innings and the Western Australia reply at the end of the over. As Nigel Moore round the wicket then to Butler, he's in. It squirts out into the leg side. One more to the total then. Well, that has disappeared at a rate of knots. One bounce into the picket fence for 4 from Spilsbury. He moves on to 30. His third 4 of the innings. This partnership now worth 70. Came together when the score was 15 for 2. Oh, that's disappeared as well. I think that's gone for 4 as well, it has. Well, Nigel Moore getting some treatment here. 4 over square leg this time from Spilsbury. And in fairness, it wasn't a very good delivery. Hand on his hips, Nigel Moore. Spilsbury moves on to 34. I just got the impression in the last couple of overs, while I was sat here talking to Graham Tyso, that he was looking to tee off. As Graham disclosed, Mel Hussain. Mel Hussain was out there, bowled one over to Spilsbury when they toured England. Got hit for 26 runs, Palms, Mr. Hussain. He's kept that quiet, hasn't he?
That may go into the hack nominations. Excellent.
But he is a very, very powerful hitter. We can see that. You know, he's been out here quite a few overs, but you can always tell. Changing the field on Nick Gagaro, I think it is, coming in from his position on the deep cover boundary. There's one at deep square leg now as well. There's more. Oh, that's straight. He's straight back to him. He's got him. Oh, well done, Nigel Moore. Well, I don't know if Spilsbury was put off by the changes in the field. What happened was Razi Ahmed went from his position at square leg and he made a big song and dance of going out to deep square leg, which drew Spilsbury's attention because he was looking his way. And as that was happening, Nick Gagaro ran in from his position at deep cover to come into an orthodox position at cover. Nigel Moore, well, it was a decent enough delivery. But Spilsbury looking to turn it to the onside leading edge. Sharp return chance by Nigel Moore moving to his right. Spilsbury out for 34. Western Australia's third wicket. 89 for 3. Palms?
It was one of those deliveries, wasn't it? I think you're right. It changed the field around. Obviously, we've got to keep 5 in the ring, so they had to bring in the deep extra, deep cover point boundary. But I think that changed his shot. So he'd been hitting it and trying to keep. So we got the field set a bit better, I think, and just a little bit held up in the wicket and followed through. It was a good catch by Nigel, going to his right. So yeah, other side of the stumps, and he held on well. So really good.
Yeah, he certainly did. So, Palms, you're sitting out today. Very well again yesterday with very little luck, I have to say. It's like rinse and repeat talking to you about that. But today, resting up, you're obviously going to be looking forward to the one-day internationals. But in terms of watching today the England batsmen, you know, you're talking about your teammates, I get that, but we did struggle again in our top 5. You know, Nick Gaywood, he was out there for a long, long time. He came on earlier on and said how difficult it was. And it just seems the longer you can get out there, the more you get accustomed to the pace and the bounce, etc., and you're able to score, as we saw with our boys low down the order. But we struggled mightily early doors.
We obviously did 99 off 30 overs, weren't we? So, you know, and I think for me, I think we were lacking in a bit of intent. We didn't, you know. Yes, it's not the straightforward wicket that we'd like to play on, maybe as a set of batting players, but actually, you know, the actual wicket there, assess the wicket. For me, it was always going to be sit on the back foot. Unless it's really full, then come forward. But sit on the back foot, wait for that ball. It's quite thatchy. We've seen it jumping a little bit. You know, you can play the ball, but you can also get behind that. And then Nick Gaywood himself played a few really good pull shots, and I think that was for me the way to go, rather than trying to be, you know, not negative but defensive. Perhaps we need to turn those tables, and you know, if we're playing, you know, we've got 2 one-dayers to play. You know, we don't want to be 99 off 30. Not against that Australian attack.
Yeah, absolutely. So, some much needed drinks being taken. The fall of that Spilsbury wicket. There's young Troy. I don't know what you... Troy, what's your official title here? Oh, and he's the president of the cricket club.
No one else wanted to do it.
Well, I hope you picker of a cast of thousands was young Troy to be president of the club. Anyways, he's been assisting me today and he's done a wonderful job. As the sun's moving across half my table under this gazebo is bathed in sunshine. He's just very kindly moving it over, which my equipment is going to be eternally thankful for. That's brilliant, boys. Super stuff. Thank you very much. Perfect.
Do you want the weather update?
Oh yes, I'd love the weather update.
The max we reached today.
Yep.
We did 38.3.
38.3 maximum temperature out here today, boys. That is, well, it's over 98 degrees. Rare touch. very warm. Could have got me washing out really and got it dried in no time.
Not with your smalls, you can't.
As Butler just plays that out into the deep in the offside. Man trots round from his position at deep cover to do the fielding. One more to the total then. 90 for 3.
This is Dave Hutchinson. He's a Donnybrook local and Donnybrook legend. His name is plastered all over the wall in there.
Well,
Just looked up his best bowling figures of 9 for 15.
9 for 15 his best figures, Mr. Hutchinson. Took a very good catch earlier on. His Bismarck Eames. Razi Ahmed then. In from the far end. Oh, 38.3 degrees. That is, you've never played in temperatures that warm, have you, perhaps? Certainly not in the West Midlands.
Not in the West Midlands, no, but I have been in Cape Town and it was 42, and I tell you, that was outrageous. And I think I lasted 3 overs bowling, and that was that. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was quite warm. It was pretty much up there in Chennai, wasn't it, earlier in the year, I think. But a lot more humid. It's a lot drier heat here. Yeah, and it got worse today because it became so stiflingly hot in the middle. So I think the guys are, particularly Ed. I thought Ed's performance just showed just how fit he is as a 60-something-year-old, and he just kept going. It was tremendous.
Yeah, it certainly was, Palms. I echo that. I'm going to ask you about your thoughts of the bit of equipment we can see about 15 yards to our right, because I spy with my beady little eye you were having a look at that earlier on, and we'll get your thoughts on what you were looking at, and maybe you can explain to the viewers, because I can't move the camera around, what it is you're actually looking at.
Okay, so that's a roller, a cricket roller, I suspect. I've not seen one of that ilk before, so we were just having a look. I suspect it can be ballasted at the in the rear wheel and the front wheel, but we were just trying to work out. It doesn't look that heavy as it is, but I think if you ballast it, then yes, I'm sure it can be. But that was all we were looking at, and it was just me with some. I'm not going to say professional, because I'm no way a professional groundsman, but a groundsman's interest.
That piece of equipment, Palms, is about 50 years old. It's about to be replaced.
It's your lucky day. It's for sale.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll get it in my kit bag.
Yeah, the luggage allowance may be a bit tight.
Absolutely.
Maybe we can ask Melanie Lane Hussein. They've bought nothing while they're out here. I'm sure they've got loads of room in their luggage allowance. So Nigel Moore, well, it seems scant reward for him and taking a wicket in his last over, and he gets the hook. What's that all about, Palms? Lee South, left armour then, going to replace him at the pavilion end.
I don't quite know, to be fair. How many did Nigel bowl? Presumably got 8. That's it. That makes it a bit stranger then, doesn't it, really? Not giving the last one.
But Lee South, in he comes then. Stephen Butler on strike, 42 off at 65 deliveries. 5 fours.
One thing I say about the batting was we didn't quite get it right, but bowling wise, we just, it's quite difficult to get that length because it is holding and it's bouncing a little bit more. So for the spinners in particular, it actually, if you don't quite get it right, it's sitting there perfectly for them to play, and it's the crossback shots that they've really been taking toll of.
Yep, absolutely. Lee South in again then. Yeah, and a perfect example, just as Mike Palmer said. Can't call it a bad delivery, but it just sat up there. And Stephen Butler had all the time in the world just to rock back, flat bat it out into the offside for 1. 91 for 3. Change has been made to the field then with the new man David Hutchinson on strike. Markings comes in from his position at long on. Edge of the circle at mid on. Ed Gordon Lennox. He's moved out into extra cover position. Mid off in the ring as well. Backward point. Man backwards a square on the leg side on the 45. I think that's Razi Ahmed. Mid wicket. Wideish mid wicket, deep square leg. Also, more changes. Well, Mark Eames has been moved from his position at mid on. He's going to mid off. Steve Aston shuffles round. Ed Gordon Lennox coming in very, very close. Short extra cover. So, Lee Self going to have to be very, very accurate. And that wasn't, and that's beaten the fielder out there. That's Steve Aston. He's going to have to pick himself up. Two to Hutchinson then. Two more to the total. Well, I don't know what to make of that. From my view, that looked like it turned a touch. I don't know about you, Palms. I mean,
That did look like he turned it, and so that bodes well for Lee, doesn't it? So if he gets his action right and can get through it, and we can start seeing it to turn away from the right-handers, then that's good for us. And that again, it's that difficult when he bowled a full toss a little bit before, trying to get it up there. He's got to get it up there. If it's a bit short, it sits there and just waits. So he's trying to get it there. It's going to take first over, so hopefully he'll get that right going forward. I just look at the figures, and I'm absolutely delighted for Kevin to have been able to bowl, through his injury that he had before and prove himself. That was brilliant, really good.
yeah, absolutely. Kevin Watson, wonderful spell of bowling from him. Got a heel injury that he sustained in the third one-day international. Folks, you may have heard me talking about it earlier on, but fierce competitor. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket per 4. Wonderful spell of bowling, as Palm says. Razi Ahmed then, continuing it from the far end. Butler on strike, just plays it back down the pitch to him, and there's no run. Have you often had spells like Razi had yesterday, Palms? About 3 overs of, how can I put it nicely? Mediocrity from the pavilion end at Morris. And then he switches ends and, blow me, he takes a fifer.
But yeah, I mean, he's had some luck in that set, hasn't he? So and fair play. That's what we all want, some luck. So that's good. He just needs to. He just needs to keep going on that line and just build to it, really. Razi's trying really hard. He needed that bit of luck. Got it. 5 for brilliant.
Well, talking about luck, a bit of luck there for Stephen Butler. Nice looking shot straight to Paul Bradley, England team manager, fielding out there today. Backward point, but couldn't gather cleanly. Raced away for 4. He moves on to 47. It's been a very well made 47. 72 deliveries, 30 deliveries in. He was only on 3, so not bad going. 6 fours, 97 for 3 Western Australia then. And this time Paul Bradley's able to get round. Just a 1. End of that over from Razi Ahmed then. 6 overs he's bowled from the far end. No maidens, no wicket for 28. Lee Self bowling second over from the pavilion end. 98 for 3. Western Australia chasing 229 to win. 8.19 runs per over is the required run rate. Currently going along at 3.38.
I suspect, Rash, that I think we were 99 for a few more wickets as well at 30 overs. So, you know, they're right in it, and it's on us now to pull some work out the fire and really work harder. You know. And I think, you know, we've got the bowling, and we don't know the depth of their batting. Obviously, our batting is deep, so it's just something we've got to push through. We want to finish with a unbeaten against all the states, and then move on to the actual one-dayers. Drop short again, and again it's that searching for that delivery that we need. We need the consistency to come into play now.
Yeah, absolutely. One more to Butler then. He moves on to 49. The field changes again for the right-handed Hutchinson. Yeah, finally poised at this point, folks. I think if John Spilsbury was still out there, the scoring would have accelerated a bit, but he was out to a very good return catch off his own bowling by Nigel Moore. David Hutchinson, well, apparently he's a local legend here. Don't know anything about his batting. It was a good delivery by Self. Much better, as Mike Palmer was saying. Now that's the length, and can he replicate it? Tossed it up a bit as well, and if the batsman isn't going to use his feet, very difficult to play. Oh, he's got him. No, he hasn't. Not given umpire Belcher. Well, a wild swing from Hutchinson that occasion. Well, just outside the off stump. Very good take by Simon Ralph, and those bails are off in an absolute flash. But the umpire, deeming that Hutchinson had not got out of his ground, the score remains on 99 for 3 then. There's 2 better deliveries though, Palms.
Yeah, much better. It looked, you know, and actually it culminated in that big wild swipe, didn't it really? But you've got much more chance, I think, of that length, and that's what Lee needs to be bowling, and I'm sure wants to be bowling. But you know, a little bit of turn as well. Again, length's there, isn't it? It's up there. It's not giving him the chance to sit back on that back foot and just cart it away or carve it around. So you know, 99 for 3, aren't they? Off their 30, 99 for whatever we were. I can't remember. So absolutely, and you know, so if we go on to win this game, skipper's had a major role to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I could have put it better myself, Palms. It's even Stevens for me, folks. I mean, it just takes someone to come out with a mindset that Ed Gordon-Lennox did. I mean, he is that type of player anyway. We saw it yesterday in his 49 not out. I mean, he doesn't shirk away from anything. Sometimes it works for him, sometimes it doesn't. But when it does, it's an absolute joy to watch. And all it takes, we don't know, as Michael Palmer said, we don't know the strength and depth of this Western Australia team. But in Stephen Butler, they've got someone out there who I've been very impressed with. Looks a very accomplished player. And I can assure you, anything that's short will get punished. Anything that sits up will also get the treatment. So drinks here, 30 over mark. Western Australia chasing 229 to win. They're currently 99 for 3. Stephen Butler, 49 not out. David Hutchinson, 2 not out. And the men out for Western Australia. Well, wicket-keeper Graham Tyso caught Steve Aston, bowled Kevin Watson for 1. That was when the score was on 2. The next man out, well, it was a complete mix-up between Dominic Crognale and his partner Stephen Butler. Butler never moved from the non-striker's end. It was Nick Gagaro bowling. Ball struck Crognale on the pads. Very loud and vociferous appeal. Ball went out into the leg side, and for whatever reason, Crognale set off running. I have no idea why. Straight to the fielder with a simple job, as he was running to the non-striker's end with his partner Butler not moving at all to throw to the wicket-keeper Simon Ralph. And the bails were removed. He was out for 8. Score at that point 15 for 2. And then a very good partnership between Butler and John Spilsbury. Took the score up on to 89 when Spilsbury just a field change that may have put him off a bit. A man moved out to deep square leg, a man moving in from the deep cover boundary into orthodox point. I don't know if it distracted him a touch, but nevertheless, Nigel Moore took a very smart return catch as Spilsbury was trying to play it through the mid-wicket area, possibly a leading edge, but a very sharp chance back to Nigel Moore, moving across to his right, out shoulder height, and he gets his wicket. As I said, 89 for 3, and David Hutchinson, he joined Stephen Butler. They progressed the score to 99 for 3 at the 30 over mark. Drinks being taken, and it will be an extended drinks break, folks. I'm going to say thank you to Michael Palmer. Palms, always a pleasure, my friend. I'll get you a beer later. During this tour, folks, I'll tell you while I'm chuckling. There is a multicoloured hat that is given to somebody who is deemed to have done something worthy of selection of it, and it's the current incumbent. It's a subjective choice, and I was the recipient of it yesterday. Oh, sorry, the day before. And it was yesterday after the match that I presented it to Mike Palmer. I can't tell you what for, but let me tell you, it was well warranted. So he just gave me the watch out sign. But it's a good bit of fun that takes place between the England squad and their wives and partners, etc. And the opposition get involved as well. They can drop people in it and pass on information to the incumbent. It's all a bit of fun. Keeps the spirits going. So please get in touch with us, folks, watching this stream on YouTube. Be nice to hear from you. Give your thoughts on this match and any observations you've had watching England. I know many of you back home and all across the world, really. Thank you all for your messages. And the team do read them. They are passed on, and it's great to know that there's many people up in the UK in the early hours following the live streams and commentary. We do appreciate it. Let's get in touch. It'd be nice to hear from you. And if I get the opportunity, I will read your comments out on air as the England boys are making their way back out into the middle after the drinks break. So Western Australia, Southwest country. Batsmen just making their way out to the middle as well. 130 more runs required then. 15 overs to go. The required run rate is 8.67. The run rate up to the drinks interval 3.30. Well, as Mike Palmer said, England were in a similar position until Ed Gordon-Lennox took the ball by the horns, put the captain's innings, ably supported by Lee Self and Simon Routh. And indeed Razi Ahmed as well. 152 runs coming in those 3 partnerships, so it can be done, and it was done in very quick time as well. And Stephen Butler well set, 49 not out. Started off incredibly slowly, but he's got better as the innings progressed. He's going to take the first ball after drinks. Going to be Razi Ahmed to continue from the far end. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28 so far for him. Remember, he got a fifer in yesterday's match. First ball after drinks then. Butler just opens the face of the bat. Paul Bradley runs round to do the fielding. It's 50 for Stephen Butler. Well done. Good innings. Applause from his teammates. Sat in the pavilion, about 30 yards to my left. 76 balls, 6 fours in that 50 for Stephen Butler. Well battered, sir. That's a wonderful shot. Wow. Butler again. Very, very clean hitter of the ball. Wasn't a rank long hop by Ahmed, but he got the length very, very quickly, did Butler. Hit it very powerfully through mid-wicket for 4. So this score moves on to 105 for 3. No, I'm alright. Thanks, Chris. Cheers. Stephen Butler moves on to 54 not out. His 7th 4 of the innings. So Lee Self reinforcing the offside. No man out in the deep on the offside. His reinforcements, his boundary riders out in the deep on the leg side then. Got Nick Gayward. Long on. Nigel Moore, wideish deep mid wicket. Razi Ahmed deep square leg. And the rest of his fielders inside the ring on the offside. Point cover, extra cover, mid off, backward point. And Paul Bradley, shortish mid wicket. That's in the air, that should be out. And it is. And a good catch. Ed Gordon-Lennox. Well, that's a really, really good wicket. Lee Self, he was in deep discussion with his skipper. The skipper had placed the fielders after a quick consultation with Lee Self, but Lee Self wasn't quite happy. Just moved the fielders round on the offside, and Hutchinson, well, used his feet. The check drive really, straight to Ed Gordon-Lennox. It's extra cover. Took a regulation catch. Hutchinson goes for 3. Caught Gordon-Lennox, bowled Lee Self. Western Australia lose another wicket. 105 for 4. And I do like to see that from a bowler, Lee Self. He spoke to Ed Gordon-Lennox about his field places, but he wasn't happy. Had a further consultation, and it was only a matter of moving the fielders on the offside round by about 2 to 3 yards each, which is exactly what happened. Ed Gordon-Lennox, having moved those 2 or 3 yards round to his left, didn't have to move. The ball chipped straight to him. Good bit of cricket from the England boys. 4 down Western Australia then. The target at 229. The run rate is up to over 9 and over. And as Mike Palmer said, we don't know the strength and depth of this Western Australia batting, but it's going to take a Ned Gordon-Lennox type innings, I would think, to get them up close. Tony Chialella, fresh from the wonderful catch he took to dismiss Steve Aston, the England opener, as Lee Self's in. Just watchful that first delivery, walking across his stumps a touch, but bang in line with the ball. An orthodox defensive shot, and there's no run. That's a good delivery by Lee Self. As Mike Palmer said, that's the length. Yes, it was flighted, but with the batsman waiting for it on that length, there's not a lot you can do. Good bowling by Lee Self. Quicker delivery, and just prods out into the offside. Chialella off the mark. total then. 106 for 4. Oh, well, Stephen Butler backing away to leg, just trying to dab that into the offside. Carried on moving to leg, good take by Simon Routh, threatened to removing the bails, and there's no run. End of that over from Lee South. Wicket for him. 32 overs gone here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. Some 40 minutes from the England team base in Bunbury. And England, as you heard from Mike Palmer, looking to complete a clean sweep in the state games. One state game cancelled, but England have won all the others, bar the one, which was the thriller in Benalla. A tied game, 120. I know it doesn't work. It's the comedic effect, folks. Give me a break. But 129 for both sides in that game. It really was a thriller. Oh, Razi Ahmed beats the outside edge of Chialala. Just prodding forward. Oh, just wide. Chialala just dangled his bat out. Very, very close to Kevin Watson. Was feeling it second slip. Ball just evaded him on his left hand side. One more to the total then. Chialala moves on to 2. His partner Stephen Butler on strike, 54 not out. Western Australia 107 for 4, chasing 229. 122 more runs required then. As Razi Ahmed comes in from the far end. Butler, that's in the air. Oh. Very, very close. Well, Stephen Butler just remained in his crease, but that spooned up towards Mark Eames. He's a wideish mid-wicket. Had a lot of ground to his left, just couldn't get there. Ball evaded him, ran away out into the deep. 2 more to Butler, but fortunate. He moves on to 58. That's a more orthodox shot from him. Straight to Nick Gagaro. At long off, 1 more to the total. So Stephen Butler on to 57. Three overs gone here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. It's a match between Western Australia, Southwest Country 11 and England. England's final state game before their final 2 games of this tour, the 4th and 5th one-day internationals against Australia, which will take place in Perth. Lee South from the pavilion end. Stephen Butler on strike. 57 not out, 110 for 4. stop. Ed Gordon-Lennox to skip it. Mid-wicket. He's in there, only about 10-15 yards from the bat. It was nice hit by Butler. Good bit of fielding from the skipper. Oh, that's wider. Just allowing Butler to free his arms, swing through the ball. Nick Gayward at long off does the fielding. And for Chialella, the field come in. Just the two boundary riders on this occasion. Deep extra cover and deep mid wicket. Everybody else in the circle. Final ball, Obliso over, just chopped into the offside by Chialella. He goes on to 3. The score 112 for 4. 170 more runs required for Western Australia to reach their target of 229. That in response to England, who won the toss and elected to bat 228 for 7. Ahmed then going to complete from the far end. 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 38 so far. Very, very optimistic appeal by Razi Ahmed for LBW. By Belcher, not moved, or flighted by Ahmed this time. That's just played out into the offside, evades the man. And short cover. Two to Chialella. He moves on to 5. Score 114 for 4. Well, 4 from the final over from Razi Ahmed. Five wickets yesterday. Draws a blank today, but 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 40. That's him completed. From the far end, 35 overs gone then. Final 10 to go. Western Australia 114 for 4. Another 115 required for victory. So still very, very finely poised, folks. There's Liso to continue from the pavilion end. Turned into the leg side. They're going to look for two. That's Kev Watson. Showing no ill effects from that heel injury. Really, really quick over the ground. And a lot of ground to make up from his position at deep square leg. And it did so. Kept it to 1. 115 for 4 then. Oh, that's spooned in the air. Just short of the fielder at mid-wicket. I think that's Steve Aston. JLL just spooning that into the leg side. Oh, that's good fielding. Very close in, Nick Gagaro. The leg side, and the 45. Hit very powerfully. Got his hand to it, prevented a run being scored. Chiellella just walked across his stumps, smashed that out into the deep. Oh, Kevin Watson, he's covered at least 30 yards there to stop that ball. Wonderful effort from him. 2 from the final delivery from that Lee South over then. 3 off it. Western Australia 117 for 4. 36 overs gone here at Donnybrook Cricket Club. Bowling change at the far end. Not one I anticipated, folks. It looks like it's Sheffield finest, it is. England's left-handed opening batsman, Nick Gaywood. Well, I've seen Nick bowl a few times, very, very useful. Butler on strike, 59 not out. Butler just strokes that out into the offside. 2 was the shout initially, but he saw who was coming in. Kevin Watson again. He's right on the boundary, Watson. He's sprinting in about 30 yards, making sure that Butler couldn't complete a second run. 118 for 4. Oh, sweet from Chiellella this time. Straight out at the man. Deep square leg. 1 more to the total. $119 for 4. He moves on to 8. His partner currently on strike. Butler 60 not out. chance to Kevin Watson's arm this time. It's a good effort from Watson again, but 2 more to Butler. Ooh. Yeah, Butler just trying to hit it through point, give himself a bit of room. Playing a miss. Not a bad start from Nick Gayward. 4 off the over. 37 overs gone here. Western Australia 121 for 4. Their target 229. So 108 more runs required. 6 wickets remaining. That required run rate up to 13.5. Well, it is possible. We saw England the last 3 wickets put on 152. But it was a determined effort from Ed Gordon-Lennox. And Lee South, he's going to continue from the pavilion end. Been very tidy so far. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 10. Well, he settled into a very good rhythm as Lee Self. Like 15-20 minutes ago, folks, you heard Mike Palmer, England seamer, alongside me in the commentary box. He was talking about the length. It's difficult for the bowlers to get. But Lee Self seems to have found his groove. Oh, it's a good delivery. Chiellella, he was leaving that alone. I'm not sure he knew too much about it, however. Again, goes for a big swipe. Good from Lee Self. 5 dot balls then. Can he finish on another one? He can. Yeah, very good over. Well done, Lee Self. 121 for 4 then, 38 gone. Gayward then, to continue from the far end, Stephen Butler on strike. Butler again just chops it into the offside, straight to Kevin Watson on the deep cover boundary. 1 more to the total. And for Chiellella, the field moves in. Watson into an orthodox cover position, right on the edge of the 30-metre circle. As Gayward's in again, and Chiellella Well, he's connected with it that time. Out into the deep on the leg side. Nigel Moore runs round to do the fielding. 2 more to the total. 124 for 4. End of that Nick Gayward over then. 125 for 4. 39 overs gone. Please help to continue then from the pavilion end. 6 overs, 1 made and 1 for 10. Really, really well. And once again, he's had a consultation with the skipper, but following that, skipper's just allowing him to move the fielders into the positions that he wants. That's how he got the wicket of Hutchinson. South then, in he comes. Butler on strike. That's just smacked into the leg side. Brilliant by the skipper. You can hear the applause. Smacked into the leg side by Butler. Ed Gordon Lennox out there in the deep. Running around, one-handed stop. Stopped a certain boundary. 2 more to the total, however. Butler moves on to 66 not out. 128 for 4. Excuse me as my screen just froze there for a minute. He's got him. Well, reward for Lee South. It's a wicket of Stephen Butler. 67 off 94 deliveries. 7 fours. Battered really well. And with that wicket, I think it was going to be a tall order anyway from here, from the Western Australia boys, but really up against it. 5th wicket down, 130 for 5. And Butler looking to land that somewhere over the mid-wicket region. Nice straight delivery from Lee Self. Good line, good length. Swing and a miss from Butler. And a round of applause as Butler makes his way back into the pavilion, and well deserved.
You switched the mic off now, Amril, haven't you?
No, it's still on, Mr. Aston. You're going out to the
Aston Terrain.
the listening audience worldwide. Steve Aston, just taking a quick drink, getting out of that blazing sun. What's it like out there, Stevie? I mean, I'm hot here under this shade, but
It's lovely. It's just like being back home.
sunny Staffordshire. Steve Aston, the man of very few words, and when they do come out, they're not worth listening to, folks. Good to see Steve. Wonderful, wonderful cricketer. Excellent wicket keeper. And England are blessed. And himself and Simon Routh behind the stumps are both very, very good keepers and both very, very good batters. Didn't quite see it from Steve today. He was out to a wonder catch by Chialala. So you certainly saw it if you're watching the broadcast early on. Simon Routh. '61 partnership between Ed Gordon, the next England skipper, and Simon Routh. Got England up to 228 for 7, which looks highly improbable at the 30 over mark. But there you go, that's cricket. It's Lee South. That's Jeffrey off them. Oh, goodness me. Well, he's just stood back and walloped that through mid-off. Nice way to get off the mark for Darren Jeffrey. And he bowled particularly well. The Western Australian boys, very impressed with him. Got a lot of movement, and the delivery got Paul Radage out too. An in-swinging Yorker. Takes some skill to do that. And off the mark straight away. 134 for 5. Oh, that's spooned in the air. That should be out. And it is! Goodness me. Well, I hope he hasn't done himself an injury. That's Paul Bradley, the Maltese Falcon. Well, Claude Orlando, the Aussie stumper, if you're still watching in, Claude, you may not get a chance to bowl, but goodness me, I've not seen him move that fast since the last time we shouted up that it was his round. And he bolted out the pub. Well done, Mr. Bradley. And well done, Lee South. Another wicket for him. Jeffrey, well, smacking the first ball he faced for 4. Second ball. And the England team manager is going to dine out on this. By the time he comes off the field today, folks, I will tell you now, the tale will be that he's run 35 yards in from deep mid-wicket and dived one-handed and caught it. In effect, you know, he's still a pretty good catch. Diving low to his left. Well done, Mr. Bradley. Well, 6 wickets down now. 134. Jeffrey the man out for 4. Lee South. 2 wickets in the over. Well, goodness me. And with that, really, 95 runs to win. This game's just going to meander out. I'm sure the England boys would like to take the remaining 4 wickets as quickly as they can to get out of this really, really warm afternoon. Nick Gaywood then, he's going to continue. from the far end. Giolella on strike. Oh, he's gone for a big swing. Well, I think he's just going to target that leg side. He keeps walking across his stumps trying to give himself room. There are two fielders out there. Out in the deep. It's a big hit to reach them. Norman Bedford, right-hander, taking strike. Just a one over for Bedford in the Western Australian bowling innings. Got a bit of treatment. 17 from it. Well, it's going to be boundaries from here on in for Western Australia. Nick Gaywood. In he comes. Now it's just played out into the offside. 4 or 5 yards from the bat. England skipper moving close in the offside, does the fielding. Well, Paul Rodden, thank you for your comments on the chat. I don't know whether you're referring to myself or Mike Palmer or some of the other people I've had on, but thanks for taking the time to get in touch. 135 for 6 then, 41 gone. Lee Self, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 18 from the pavilion end. Oh, that's out. No, not given. Well, umpire Mahmood judging that Chiolella didn't hit the ball. Certainly a sound there. It was a good take by Simon Routh, but the judge not out. He just swats the next one to deep mid wicket for 1. 135 for 6. Sorry, 136 for 6. That's in the air. It's just over the head of Steve Aston. 3/4 of the way back at mid-on. 2 to Bedford. 138 for 6. Chilo once again. Out to Kevin Watson at deep mid-wicket. One off the final delivery of that Lee South over. 42 gone. 140 for 6, Western Australia. Well, it's been a good performance by these England boys in this blistering heat this afternoon at Donnybrook Cricket Club. And it would have taken a lot of confidence from how they finished their innings, getting up to 228. 7 was a magnificent effort in the circumstances, and they knew they had to bowl well. They saw what the pitch was doing when they were out there batting, and for the most part they bowled pretty well, keeping it up there. Oh, that's bounced, and that's nicely played. Chilala has bounced up, allowed him to get into position, swiveled nicely. It would backwards of square on the leg side for 4. Should be out. Oh, he's dropped. Razi Ahmed coming in from his position at long on. There's about 10-15 yards to make up. Went straight to him, really. 148 for 6. Chialala moves on to 23. That should be out. Oh, no, that's dropped as well. Well, Nick Gagaro, he's at mid-off. He's on his haunches. Hit straight to him, not powerfully. Didn't have to move. In and out of his hands. So consecutive drops for Nick Gaywood. Suggest he's reassessing his Christmas card list for those two gentlemen. Using his feet, place that powerfully down the ground, half stopped, drops through for another single. 150 up for Western Australia then. Full toss. It went straight up in the air, really. About 15 yards into the leg side. End of that over. $151 for 6 then. 43 overs gone. Lee South then to complete his 9 over allocation, all from this pavilion end. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 23. Chialella on strike. Down the pitch, so we go Hoik into the leg side. Gordon Lennox does the fielding out there. 1 more to the total. Bedford hitting that straight back. He's often able to do the fielding. Just stung his fingers a touch. 153 for 6. Oh, Giolella, he's hit that high and handsome into the leg side. And it just holds up. Oh, there's a mix up here. Oh, he's thrown it to the wrong end. Mr. Bradley. Well, it was high and handsome into the leg side by Chielalo. There was a mix-up between the batters. Paul Bradley got the ball at mid-wicket. Chielalo was halfway down the track. That's played straight over the bowler's head. Now it's going to run away for 4. And it does. Nice shot from Bedford. That previous delivery, Paul Bradley. Chiolala was miles out of his ground. He just had to compose himself, throw it to the bowler's end, and Chiolala would have been out by a country mile. But he decided to throw it to the wicket keeper's end. No harm done really. And a wide signalled. Good take by Simon Routh. Down the leg side. Umpire Mel Mahmood. Well, a dot off the last ball, and that Lee Self over. Really good performance from him. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 31. Final over to go then. 159 for 6. Western Australia. Credit to them. As their counterparts did yesterday. Making England bowl a full allocation of 45 overs. Give me some tired bodies out there, the England boys. All day yesterday, all day today. It's significantly hotter today. You may have heard Troy, the president. Oh, Big O, Mr. Orlando, are you watching? The very svelte figure of Paul Bradley to bowl the last over of the innings. In he comes. Oh, it's in the air, into leg side. Straight between 2 fielders. 1 more to the total. 160 for 6. Well, a good cricketer in his time, Paul Bradley. How much he actually plays now. His home base in Malta, but he's played for every man and his dog.
What are the legalities of the 13th man dog?
Oh, you have to take that up. You'll have to take that up with the tour manager. I'm but a simple commentator. I don't get involved in politics like this.
Oh, I can feel a protest coming on. The game is done and dusted, but we might get there somehow.
Well, 4 balls to go. If Mr. Bradley manages to take a wicket, I'm packing my job in.
Yeah.
Did you see his catch, Graham?
Yeah, I did see his catch. But in all seriousness, it's wonderful to see such a wonderful man get a go and bowl bowling over at us. Paul Bradley's the reason that this tour has come together, I think. Him and Claude Orlando from Tasmania have done all the work done all the organisation, and they put it together magnificently.
Here, Graham. Couldn't agree more. Come on then, Mr. Bradley. Oh, for a minute I thought Razi Ahmed was going to be interested at mid-off. He just watched it go over. He said, he's getting the stare from Mr. Bradley. Double teapot from Mr. B, look. He's not impressed with that effort. Oh, he's gesturing to him. Well, it's great to see, as Graham says, poor Bradley. So much work that he does behind the scenes to make these tours happen, and as Graham says, along with the Big O, Claude Orlando, and Dina Bagust. Oh, it's four. It's four to finish. Chiellella finishes on a flourish, well batted by him. Been a good knock.
Congratulations, England.
No problems at all. And there we go. Players shake hands with the officials. Mel Mahmood, Bob Belcher, Western Australia batsman. Tony Chiellella then, he finishes on 33 not out. Norman Bedford finishes on 15 not out. 171 for 6 then. Western Australia end up. England winning by 57 runs here at the Donnybrook Cricket Club. It was a good performance in the field. Chasing 229 to win. Well, Western Australia off to a wretched start, really. Graham Tyso, the stumper you've just heard a couple of minutes ago. He was the first man out. The score was 2 for 1. Caught by Steve Aston, looking to play it somewhere through mid-wicket. Top edge, and he just looped to Steve Aston at second slip off the bowling of Kevin Watson. And then Dom Crognale, a run out. Comical, really. His partner Stephen Butler refusing to move at the non-striker's end. Crognale made it all the way down to him. He was out for 8. The score on 15 for 2. Then a very, very good partnership between John Spilsbury and Stephen Butler took the score up to 89 for 3. When Spilsbury, he was out, caught and bowled Nigel Moore, sharp chance back to him, reacted well, moving to his right. Spilsbury out for 34. And from then on, the game just meandered its way through. Hutchinson was the next man out, the score on 105. Good bit of work by Lee Self, had a consultation with Ed Gordon-Lennox and made some adjustments to his field. In the end, Hutchinson hit it straight to the England skipper. He was out for 3. The next man out was Stephen Butler. He batted very, very well indeed. The score was 130 when he was clean bowled by Lee Self for a very well made 67 off 94 deliveries with 7 fours. And then Jeffrey, he came in, played a wonderful shot to get off the mark, crashed it through extra cover for 4, and then provided probably the highlight of the innings. Chipping to the England team manager, Paul Bradley, at mid-wicket to give him a catch. Lee Self 2 wickets in the over. Jeffrey going for 4. Score 134 for 6. And then a nice little knock from Norm Bedford, not out 15, but Tony Chiellella, not out 33. Congratulations to you, sir. It's really good innings from you in the context of the game. 2 fours in that. Western Australia, Southwest Country. They finish on 171 for 6 in their pursuit of the 229 to win. England, well, they go undefeated in their state games, winning all bar one, and that was the tied game against Victoria Country in Benalla. So good from them, good display in parts by England. The bowling for England, well, very, very good at the start on a tricky pitch. Kevin Watson, magnificent from the far end. Really good to see Kev back in form. Suffered a heel injury. Touch and go whether he would play today, but a really good spell of bowling from the far end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 4. Nick Gagaro, his opening partner, again he bowled well. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 13. Mel Hussain, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. Nigel Moore, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 39. Razi Ahmed, well, he couldn't repeat the heroics from yesterday where he took 5 wickets. 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 40. But the standout, Lee Self, 9 overs from the pavilion end. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 31. England winning by 57 runs. The players made their way off the pitch, just doing their warm downs, the England boys to the left of me. To get some fluids inside them. A blisteringly hot day here, folks. 98 degrees plus. And these boys, many of them played yesterday, but there's going to be some aching limbs. But a couple of days off until the England boys are next in action. The 4th one-day international against Australia. At College Park, the Netherlands in Perth. Friday the 13th of December, 10 a.m. local. It's going to be 2 a.m. on Friday the 13th UK time. Please join us for that. And then the final one-day international, and the final game of this tour on Sunday the 15th at Fletcher Park Oval. Again, play starts at 10 a.m. local, 2 a.m. UK time. And that'll round off what has been a very long and arduous tour, this England touring party, but a hugely enjoyable one. So as the warm downs continue, that's it from me, Rash Mahmood. Thank you ever so much. All your comments and all the messages that I've received. Apologies for the lack of commentary during that England innings. It's circumstances out of my control. This crew here, Troy the President and his staff, have worked absolute wonders. So I hope that the commentary in the second half complemented the pictures that you received. I'm going to get myself a well-earned glass of beer. Join me Friday the 13th, folks, the 4th one-day international, College Park, Netherlands in Perth, England versus Australia. See you then.
Nice to meet you.
There was no sound for the first, what, 30 hours?
What, on the cover?
At all, yeah. Not even from, it was on Front Box Day, it was coming up, but it wasn't on the screen.
Oh, wow.
No idea.
Random? Right, are we taking Frog Box down?
Yeah.
Thank you ever so much.
Okay, it's big being at work, but
well, it's just something to bear in mind in the future as your club goes forward and as it progresses. If you want somebody to do it,
Yeah.
it's just that's a non-starter now. I know for your sponsors wise, you're going to have to cite it down there, and that's fine. If you are wanting commentary, unless you can get a portable generator.
Yeah.
And then if somebody's got their own Wi-Fi on